All right, I think we're live on both YouTube streams. We should be live on TikTok here momentarily, friends. Great to see you. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, friends. Great to see everybody. Today's kind of a special session. We're doing a new topic today. We're not going to be going to midnight. Later tonight, we're jumping over to Leaving Faith's stream, and we're going to be debating on Saturday night with Sarah on her TikTok channel. So I won't be up late on this channel, but we've got lots of time to get in some debates. I'm going to hit go real quick before I forget on the TikTok stream. Let's see. All right, we should be live on TikTok. There we go. I think we're live on everywhere we need to be live on. Bada bing, bada boom. Welcome in, friends. Great to see everybody. Last night we were up late last night. It was 1 in the morning or so. But thanks for being here, friends. Lou, great to see you. Welcome in, everybody. We should have all the streams open here shortly. Max is with us. Great to see you, Max. You absolutely rock hard for Doug and sinfully wet for Sharon, friends. Never forget the co-redemptrix of our reality, the grounding of all grounding, Doug and Sharon Stone. Let me open the guest box before I forget on TikTok. There we go. TikTok guest box is open. YouTube guest box is open. Right now, let me double check that I'm getting the chats from both live streams before I forget. I see Lou. What about, let's see, Miss Carho. Yeah, we got both live stream chats working. Welcome in, everyone. The streams are populating. We should have some people in the guest box soon. If, in fact, you are wanting to join the discussion and tell me why Jesus is coming back, or why he's not still worm food or fertilizer, there's a link on the screen. It's tiny.cc/dzguest. Or you can join via TikTok using the usual method. There's a link in the bottom toolbar down here on TikTok where you can join up and become a guest. And you can join either on TikTok or either using the third-party software. Third-party software doesn't require anything, by the way. I know some people have asked. It doesn't take, you don't have to sign up for anything. We don't need an email address. We don't need none of that stuff to get you into the conversation. So, all right, friends, I've got one person already in the guest box, and I've got one super chat. Let me grab both of them, and we will get the live stream going here in just 1 second. I need to add one thing, though, before I forget. There we go. I need to add my super chat window to both of the live streams. I forgot to add those prior. I apologize for that. There we go. Now we can display super chats from our friends. Thank you so much, friends. Edward says, Paul is doing freestyle in the 50-yard pool of fire. Considering the insane amount of blasphemy he did and all the poo-pooing on the law, etc. Crazy guy. Listen, Paul's insane. My theory on Paul, though, is I think Paul had a legitimate near-death experience, and he came to the conclusion in that near-death experience that Jesus must be real, and he was legitimately wrong, and he spent the rest of his life coping, trying to figure out, oh shit, how do I believe in Jesus now, even though it contradicts literally everything the Hebrew Bible says? And that's why we have Paul's really dynamic, fluid theology showing in the New Testament. Dynamic maybe isn't even the word for it. He's just literally making stuff up as he goes. All right, let me get our first guest in here. Welcome in,
Hello.
Riz. Riz, are you at least 18, and are you a believer in Jesus?
I'm 33 years old, and yes, I believe that Jesus will be coming back. Or his name's not Jesus, it's Isa, but yes, he'll be coming back.
Cool. Well, I'm English, so I'm going to call him Jesus. So, when is he coming back?
He's coming back very soon.
Very soon. How soon?
Oh, I'd say within our lifetime.
Why do you think that?
Well, obviously you're an atheist, so therefore I have to provide you proof to your logic. Yep, not in terms of you won't take scripture or my belief system as a truth. So therefore, I'm going to give you in a scientifically, logic way, which you
You're going
should
to
accept.
you scientifically prove that Jesus is coming back? Is that what you just said?
Okay, if I made 50 hypotheses 1400 years ago, and they all came true in this day and age, would you say that I'm giving an accurate prediction of the future and that the following statement, Jesus is coming back, would therefore also be true?
No, it depends on what type of claims you're making. If you're making dumb claims like there's going to be wars and earthquakes, no, those are stupid types of claims. If you said something really cool, like, listen, in 2,000 years, people are going to have like four-wheeled vehicles that are powered by dino juice, the oil carbon deposits from past generations of living life forms. And then I'd be like, fuck, that's pretty compelling. But my guess is you ain't got nothing like that. So go ahead and give your best argument, though. Tell me all the prophecies that already came true that I should know about.
Okay, I'll give you two prophecies, and they are good enough. And if you don't believe in these two as good enough examples, then there's nothing I can really
Well,
help you with.
you said there was like 1,400 of them.
No, no, you've just made that up. I said 50 prophecies 1400
50.
years ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I got the. Okay, so
Say
you
sorry.
think
Say
you've
I'm a,
got the
say sorry. You're a dummy
Riz, I don't
idiot,
know
and
why
then I
you're
have to give
talking
you
while
a
I'm talking and no one can hear you. I'll
no,
let
but
you
you
know ahead of
listen to
time
the
at the beginning of the
king.
conversation, Riz,
I'm
that
the king.
no
I
one
am
can
the
actually
king.
hear you while you talk over me. So I
Yes.
don't want to
Well,
have to
you don't
talk
talk
over
over me.
you. I don't
You
want to have to
listen to
talk
me then.
over. We're gonna
You
try this
listen to
again.
me.
I'm not going to do that. Riz, just so you're aware of how things work here, I love to have a good conversation where we don't talk over each other, but just be warned that my microphone is louder than yours and I have a mute button. So if you want to have like an adult dialogue, it's up to you. If you want to get talked over and muted, that's also up to you. I'd rather not do that.
Okay. What does a conversation entail? It entails someone speaking and someone listening, correct?
It requires both people taking turns speaking and listening.
Yes. So using your ears, yes? You understand that?
Yeah, that includes you.
Yes. So when I said to you 50 prophecies 1400 years ago, it seems that you did not use your ears. So therefore you were not having a conversation. That's why
It actually seems like you're just crying because you don't want to give me the prophecies. I'm waiting for the
no,
prophecies.
I'm giving you the prophecies, but I'm showing that
Go ahead
you're
and
a
give them
dumb
to me.
atheist. You can't use your ears. You
Go
can't
ahead and
use
give
your
me
ears,
the
and I'm already talking.
give me the prophecy.
Are you going to use your ears and listen?
Are you going to keep crying?
No, I'm
Good.
not
Give me the
crying at the
prophecies
moment.
then.
Okay, so in order to give you the prophecies, I have to understand that you have some knowledge and some brain cells in order to understand those prophecies.
No, you
So
don't. Just give me the prophecies.
no, I do because you've shown that you cannot listen. So therefore, I need to verify that you
You've
have a
shown that you actually
logical
don't want to
belief.
give me the prophecies. You just want to cry. Do we have to call the
No,
ambulance for
I want
you?
to see. This is the problem. You have no
Buddy, I'm
knowledge
waiting
of
for the
history.
proof.
I'll give you the proof, but first you okay.
Either give me
1400
the
years
proof
ago.
or fuck off. No one's here for the meta commentary.
Okay, suck a dick for a living. You can suck a dick for a living,
What's wrong with
and
that?
that nothing. That's what you do on a regular basis.
You say that like it's an insult. Why do you think that's an insult?
Well, if you enjoy doing that, that's your
What's
choice,
wrong with
not
it?
mine.
What's wrong with it?
I'm not going to comment on your behaviors.
What's wrong with it? Are you a
14,
homophobe?
1400 years ago, what was
Do you
the
get
largest
really
building?
uptight? Do you get really uptight? Like people might find out your secret that you look at gay porn when no one's looking? You know there's nothing wrong with it. You can just let it out.
See, you diverted, deflected from my
That was a long
question.
pause. I think I just hit the nail on the head, huh? Why don't you come out of the
Yeah.
closet? We'll welcome you. It's okay.
There's no closet to come out of.
Uh-huh.
The English defined what straight is, and we do not swim upstream or swing the wrong way. So therefore, we only go forward.
Buddy, you can lie to yourself. You can't lie to me. I'm still waiting for the evidence.
Listen, you may be a latent homosexual, but I am not. So therefore, you cannot judge the professor.
I don't know why you keep saying it like it's an insult.
It is because I'm cooking.
Is there something wrong with it? Is there something wrong with it?
Would you like a hearing aid because you have no use of your ears today?
It's funny, like you keep saying it like it's an insult, but you can't tell me why it's an insult.
It is an insult.
Is there something wrong with? Is there something wrong with being gay?
You're parroting.
He can't say it. He's like, I know I can't say it out loud because I'll get in trouble, but I want to keep using the insult.
What do you mean?
Riz.
I don't have freedom of speech. I'll say it quite clearly. In my
Riz,
religion, it's a
Riz, you don't. By the way, what religion are you? Are you a Christian?
No, I'm a Muslim.
You're a Muslim? You don't even fucking believe that Jesus resurrected. You're an idiot. Oh my God. You don't even believe this religion. You don't even believe the Bible. What do you do? Why do Muslims feel the need to come in and debate on Christian live streams? What's wrong with you people? Is it not good enough that you have to like diddle little kids, that you also have to take the space from the Christians?
No, it's because we have the supreme truth about the Christian religion.
Yeah, you sure as fuck don't.
We do.
You don't even have the supreme truth over your own pedophile Muslim or pedophile prophet. Yeah, you guys can't even agree on how old Aisha was when she got married. Why would I believe you when you say you've got the truth about the Bible? You guys can't even agree on the fundamentals of your own damn faith. You guys are literally killing each other right now over whether or not you should follow the hadiths or not. Your religion is so fractured that you're murdering each other. Don't tell me that you've got truth, about the Bible, that the Christians got it all wrong. When you guys stop flying airplanes into buildings, I'll take you seriously about what you have to say about Jesus. Okay. I will never understand why Muslims think it's their business to defend the Christian doctrine. This book ain't got nothing to do with you. Not a damn thing. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. C. Willie. Why isn't that super chat showing? Hold on. 1 second. There we go. C. Willie, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, hey Justin, hope you're doing well. Just curious, if the opportunity arose, would you ever want to debate of converse with Cliff, or debate or converse with Cliff? Yeah, like any day of the week, I would throw down with Cliff. I think he's a lightweight. I think he would get tossed around like a rag doll in a debate with me. He has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. He has no education or expertise. He just repeats the same bad talking points and thinks that since it works on college kids, you don't know anything, that he's smart, but he's actually not. I won't be as nice as Alex O'Connor. Herbie, thank you for the super chat. Says, another live and only one caller for the whole show, 5 to 6 hours. Herb asking to be able to answer your questions while making no attempt to do so. Herb was wild. I had a little bit of fun with him. Scott says, you once said modern Christians are followers of Paul, not Jesus. Can you briefly explain, please? Yeah, because Jesus actually advocated for Judaism. Jesus was pro-law of Moses. Jesus literally believed that he needed to be a real actual king. He just thought he was going to do it later when he came back. Paul, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. Paul said the law was done away with and that you're in a whole new age, and that Paul's theology has nothing to do with proper Judaism. I don't know where he got it from. The Old Testament contradicts Paul every step, and even Jesus does. We're going to be doing an actual full topic on this soon, buddy. So hold on, Scott. We'll get you covered. Peter says, been bothering been bothering me. Why would God knowingly make us in such a way that we can't fully comprehend him, as Christians love to say? Very counterproductive. I know. Or they'll say some dumb shit like we can't understand the Bible without the Holy Spirit, but how could we get the Holy Spirit if he hasn't given us the understanding of the Bible? Isn't that weird? If the Bible is supposed to lead us to truth, it says faith come by hearing, hearing come by the word. So if that's the case, right? If we need to come to him by reading his word, but we can't understand it until he's already given us the Holy Spirit, then it's a counterproductive circle jerk. Not even a circle jerk. It's a counterproductive circle cock block. That's what it is. Larry Beck, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I appreciate that, friend. And Shady, thank you for the super chat, says, I think when Judas kissed Jesus, it was nice that they kissed because they liked each other and there were 2 grown men that wanted to kiss each other. I agree, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'll never understand in this day and age why people think that that's an appropriate insult. The Nightman Comes says, wild to start off the rip. It may be a clown show today. It's going to be a clown show. I know it's going to be a clown show. And Hecate, great name. Thank you for the super chat. Hecate says, my husband and I work from home, so we have the privilege of listening to you while working. Thank you so much for helping us get through a long work week. Shale Dog and Forever Moist for Sharon. Oh, that's good. Forever Moist for Sharon. That's classic. I like that a lot. I got 3 more super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Veronica says, what's on your mug? It's an image of Jesus appearing in the clouds. And Jesus is saying, I can't keep you from starving, but I can appear on these clouds. Look how awesome I am. And the little boy is saying, oh, fuck off, you useless sky carcass. That's what my mug says. I made it myself. I like it a lot, actually. And Shady says, how can Christians be homophobic when Judas was kissing Jesus as 2 grown men? I'm sure those other verses were just out of context. Well, you got to remember, in the ancient world, kissing a man kissing another man wasn't considered like a sexual thing. Even today, like in the Near East, like in Egypt and whatnot, you'll find that men and women greet each other with a kiss on the cheek. Not just women on men, but women on women and men on men. It's normal thing. It's not that big of a deal. Unashamed Apostate says, today I'm trying hard to apply Hanlon's razor. I don't know about this. Never attribute to malice. Oh yeah, I know this one though. Never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. This is where I'm at, Unashamed. I appreciate that. My personal belief is that most people are not malicious. I think it's more likely that people are ignorant and inept than they are malicious. That's just my opinion. Welcome in, Frank.
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for asking. Frank, are you at least 18? And do you believe in Jesus?
I'm 27. Excuse me. I just turned 28. And recently, for a little while now, for like a good year, I was like agnostic at best, but some new things in life has gotten me back into my faith. I have to be honest. And that's why I want to call in. I've been watching for a little while too, and you've helped me even with my perspective of or my previous perspective of even just being agnostic at best, really just being atheist, and just bringing seeing the inconsistencies within the word of God. But what brought me to I can say personally, what brought me to like being atheist in a point was really just critical thinking. But now I've gotten a little bit closer to my faith now again.
Sure. So it sounds like you were a Christian and then you were an atheist and now you're a Christian again?
Yes, but I can tell you exactly why. I've at least brought a little bit back in my faith, or brought a little faith back into me. Because there's no way on this fucking earth that irony can be that good that a piece of shit like Charlie Kirk can die the way that he did.
Well,
there's just no way.
First of all, Frank, I appreciate a good irony, but we got to be careful with that type of conversation. You'll get my live stream banned. And as I've said before, I don't believe in violence. As irony is as iron stricken as this topic is, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Jesus. Okay.
All right. Keep up the good work, man. Godspeed.
Yep. And I just got a violation. All right. You just got my live stream taken down off TikTok, Frank.
Fuck. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yep. All right. Don't do that, okay?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yep. All right. I gotta restart the TikTok stream. Hold on.
Fuck. All right. I'm just gonna step out.
All right. They never learn. Friends, to be clear, violence is not okay, and I don't find it to be comical. I'm not blind. I know when irony happens. I know what irony is, but it's not okay to say that kind of stuff out loud, I don't think. All right, let me restart the TikTok live stream, and we'll try to get things going again. All right, TikTok stream is back up and running. Danny, listen, I mean, Danny, I agree. Like if you know anything about Charlie Kirk, you can see the irony in what happened. But the fact that somebody did what they did to him is not funny. Like there's nobody in politics that should go out that way, even no matter what you think about them. Like if you can't win in the arena of ideas, then you need to rethink your tactics. Doing what Tyler, was his name Tyler Tyson or Tyler or something, doing what he did is not acceptable. That's not a thing. All right, I'm gonna grab a couple super chats, and we'll get our next guest in here. I think Goat is back to talk to us again. I'm assuming he wants to talk philosophy again. All right, 1 second. See why my super chats are not displaying. There we go. They're just a little bit delayed. All right. Helping Mega, thank you so much for the super chat. It cracks me up how this topic is lost on most Christians, even when every Christian claims they read the New Testament. Praise Doug and Sharon for this cookout. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's a fun topic. I like it a lot, actually. And more in, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I appreciate that, friend. Jim, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, so super fun off topic. As an atheist gambler, I need some Doug advice. Assuming you do not know the topic, please advise for tonight, Canelo or Crawford. I don't know who either of those people are, so I can't give you any advice. The only advice I could possibly give you is don't gamble. I don't think it's a good use of your money unless it's funny money that you don't need. Then it doesn't matter. It's just all entertainment. You know what I mean? You'd be fine. Nicholas, thank you for the super chat. Says, you are amazing. Thank you. Would be interested to view some old videos with you arguing for the other side. What would you tell yourself? So, like when I was on the other side of these debates, I was just honest. I would read the text and I'd say, yeah, that's fucking horrific. Let me look into that. Let me see what I can find that would make sense of that text. And what I discovered is that there is nothing that makes sense of a lot of these texts. You just have to admit the obvious, right? And then you start deconstructing and you start getting rid and saying, well, you know, this part of the Bible may not be absolutely necessary. Maybe the Bible's got mistakes in it. Maybe this book isn't completely inspired by God and true in every word. Good question. Says, your words are transcendentally objectively true. Why? I don't think they are. Question. I came up with your same conclusions about Paul and Jesus on my very own by just reading the Bible. Yeah, I mean, listen, you really only need to read the Bible and you'll recognize that Paul and Jesus don't agree on their claims, and neither does God and Paul. But obviously I don't believe in transcendentals, so I don't know what to tell you there, buddy. Thank you for the super chat though. Martin says, lifelong atheist here and quite broke. Well, don't super chat me if you're broke. But I wanted to say that you are the best cook on the webs. Rock hard for Doug and sinfully wet for Sharon. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. But please take care of yourself. Protect yourselves, friends. The Republicans aren't looking out for you. And last one from our friend Gandalf. Thank you so much. Says, hi, Justin. Could you please debunk the miracle of the holy fire at Easter and the odor of sanctity? Well, I didn't know sanctity had an odor, but as for the holy fire, I mean, there's lots of people that have participated in the inner workings of the holy fire ceremony and just have outright told like media people that it's a lie, it's a hoax. There's no magic fire coming out, and they explained it. They can reproduce it. They can explain to you exactly how it works. So like it's just they're tricking you. They think that you're silly. They think that they can dupe you, and so they dupe you. But it's not real. It's not actually happening. Also, Sarah Gilchrist, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Big W, Sarah. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's in the chat for Sarah. All right, we got
Hello,
Goat back
Justin.
with
How
a.
about you?
How you doing, Goat?
I have better days. I don't have running water.
Oh shit! I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, not the best day, but hey, here we are.
We are here. So Goat, we already know that you're a Christian and that you're over 18. Although it sounds like your speakerphone's cranked all the way up because I can hear myself talking into it. Can you turn it down just a pinch?
Do you hear me better now?
No, I can hear you just fine. The problem is I was hearing me as well, but I think it's fixed right now. So, is Jesus coming back? And if so, when?
I don't think that one can know that.
Is he coming back?
I would say so. Yeah, of course.
Why would anyone believe that?
Why would anyone believe that? I assume that we simply have to prove. We basically have to prove Christianity to be true,
Well, I
like
don't
the
think
resurrection.
I don't. Well, first of all, you can't prove that to be true. But second of all, what about when Jesus himself, on multiple occasions, and Paul, on multiple occasions, just says that Jesus is coming back like very soon, imminently?
Paul,
What does that?
well,
What does that mean?
at least Paul, I think it's pretty easy. Like I would simply say that Paul did talk that Jesus was coming back too soon.
Well, Jesus said so himself in Revelation 22. So
What exactly?
I'll show you in about 4 or 5 different places actually, in Revelation. But I'm going to pull open Revelation 22. And it says, "The one who testifies to these things says, surely I am coming soon." What does soon mean?
What does soon mean? Good question. Well, I mean, at least with Revelation, we all know that that's like extremely like metaphorical and other stuff. So maybe in this case it literally it is a vision by allegedly John. I could simply say that this is a vision of the future.
No, I'm asking, what does the word soon mean?
Soon in approximate time, as a like soon.
Yeah, like not far off, very soon, like in the immediate future, correct?
Yeah, but at least with Revelation, I could simply say that the revelation, as the vision itself, is happening in the future.
I know, very soon. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean that what John is seeing is the future, and in that future, indeed, it will be very soon.
That's it. I think you've almost said it. Yes, the vision that is given to John is supposed to happen very soon, but it didn't happen.
The vision itself, I will not know about that. I mean, hold on, wait a second. Let me check that verse.
Go to 22:20. It's the
20, I'm here.
It's the very end of the book, the very end of Revelation. Jesus says, "Surely I am coming soon." What in the world could that possibly mean?
That's a good question. I want even with the word of the prophecy, he who testifies to these things says, "Surely I am coming soon. Amen. Come, Lord Jesus." Sorry. He who testifies to these things, amen. Really, I don't really know exactly what will this one mean. So I was assume that in some, you know that you got me there. I don't know.
Yeah, let's check out a passage from Paul in Romans as well.
Oh yeah, I can see that Paul did thought that it was coming soon.
Yeah. Okay, so Paul thinks that Jesus is coming soon. Jesus thinks that Jesus is coming soon. The author of the book of Hebrews thinks that Jesus is coming soon.
Yeah, he too. Actually, I don't think that really any of the prophets, apostles saying that Jesus is coming soon will be really an issue because we can completely concede that since the coming of the Messiah was unknown, most people will assume that he was coming soon until they say, "Well, already a time passed, so let's start writing this stuff." I know that you would see that no, but the writings are not actually by the apostles, yada yada yada. I know that, but at least from my point of view, the only issue will be if Jesus himself actually thought he was coming soon.
Oh, he does. Want me to show you?
Well, you can try.
Yeah. Let me show you real quick. I'm going to take you to the book of Matthew.
I mean, you can try.
We're going to go to Matthew 10:23. And he's talking to the disciples, sending them out into the villages. And he says, "You will be hated because of my name, but the one who endures to the end will be saved. When they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes."
That's a good question. Actually, let me check that. Hold on. What verse, Bas?
This is Matthew 10:23.
Matthew 10:23. Okay, perfect. Matthew 10:23. Oops. Huh. Matthew 10. Come on. Okay, I hear it. Okay, almost there. Okay, perfect.
Mhm.
Matthew 10. Matthew 10:23. Well, before the Son of Man comes, perfect. With the generation. Jesus, hold on, let me read the commentary that I have here. Jesus promised to come again with a generation of the living apostles. As a prelude to his second coming, the initial coming refers to his visitation of destruction of unfaithful Jerusalem in AD 70, an event that destroyed his enemies and vindicated his words of judgment. See note on Matthew 24, 1 through 28, and topical essay Jesus the Son of Man at Luke 17. That's actually solid.
So your commentary is taking the preterist view that he came back in 70 AD.
I think he's taking the view that when he says come back, he refers to his judgment over the Jewish people in 70 AD.
Why would you think that? When Jesus talks about his second coming, he's going to judge all the people in the earth, not just the Jewish people.
But I think that in this case, it refers specifically to, at least according to my commentary. I actually have to study this.
The coming of the Son of Man happens twice?
I guess you could say that at some degree.
Crazy.
I mean,
there's a second and a third coming?
I mean, I guess that you could say that the second coming, like the real second coming, can refer to multiple. Or I mean, it's at some point that we don't know, but there are some points in history that can be referred at some degree as Jesus coming, like the destruction of the temple, maybe the taking over of the Roman Empire. I think this is something that I think I've heard somewhere, but I am not sure. I would recommend you a book about this. You can check it there. It's called.
I certainly won't be reading a preterist book.
No, it's not exactly that. Well, I have not checked it out myself. It's in my reading list, but it's of the topic at hand. Called "When the Son of Man Did Not Come."
Yeah, I know the book.
Yeah, I am gonna one day read that, and maybe we can take this talk once I have read it.
Right. So when the Son of Man comes, this is a reference to Daniel chapter 7, when all the kingdoms of the earth are handed over to one like the Son of Man, and all the world is going to know. That's why Jesus says in Matthew 24, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn when they see the Son of Man coming. So this isn't something that can happen just locally in 70 AD. This is something that the coming of the Son of Man is something that the entire world is going to witness.
Yeah, I would likewise to say that. I would to that say that the coming of the Son of Man does not necessarily always be referred to the specific end of the world. It can refer to something like, as I said, the judgment of the Israel people in 70 AD. Now they're coming, the final.
But that's not in the Bible.
Yeah, I guess that you could say that it's a bit of it's not an interpretation that is formally contained in Scripture.
It's
not,
definitely not contained in Scripture.
well, at least not formally.
Because every time it says the Son of Man is coming, it says he's going to judge the world. Everyone's going to see it. When the Son of is Matthew 25, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him. The coming of the Son of Man is the judgment of all mankind.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's really the difficulty, which will be if there is if the coming of the Son of Man has a twofold meaning, what exactly will that meaning be constituted of? Like if yes,
Say that again. I'm not sure I heard you correctly. There was some
now
background
that if
noise.
the concept of the Son of Man coming, it's not like uniform concept and it has a multiplicity of senses. It identifying two senses and an exegetical basis for them, well, historical grammatical basis for them will be the difficulty. I consider it's a bit difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. And trust
Uh,
me, I can understand why, like, if you're a Bible believer, why preterism would sound enticing, where you can say you're either a partial or a full preterist. Like, a partial preterist would be like what you're suggesting, which is that it actually did come true in 70 AD, even though there's more left to come true. That's partial preterism. Full preterism would say that all of the prophecies came true in 70 AD, which is asinine, in my view.
yeah, I think that partial preterism seems to be a bit more reasonable. Like at least we
Yeah.
all know that the beast or the beast, I think, yeah, the beast in Revelation is at some degree a representation of Nero. The
Mm-hmm.
ocean in Revelation represents like the masses,
Mm-hmm.
and then the harlot will be well, has the blood of the saints, so maybe the Roman forces or something.
Sure.
So, with that spoken of, and if I may be able to discuss with you some other topics, I actually had curiosity. I may become like a recurrent guest that comes around, maybe speak a little of the topic, and then we can speak about some other stuff for a while. Would you be okay with that dynamic?
I don't think that's the correct model for my my live stream. I think my live stream is modeled around topics, and I think I'm going to keep it that way. But I appreciate you wanting to come and converse with me.
Oh yeah, I always wanna converse with some stuff, especially because I watch your videos from time to time, and like I see something and I wanna speak about it to you, and so this is
Right.
the only way I know to speak to you,
I know.
unless you wanna have like a personal like a live stream where you invite me and we talk, but I don't know about that.
So yeah, I'm going to be doing some freeform live streams in the future. So keep an eye out for that. So I'm trying to line up slots here in the near future, where I do some freeform live streams with scholars on like particular topics, and then towards the end of the live stream, people can come up and ask questions. I'm just trying to get everything scheduled, you know.
That's actually cool. Okay, but so just for now, I actually wanted to talk to you about something. Like I remember I was watching one of your videos about Bible commentaries, and a thing that seemed surprising to me was that you recommended a Catholic Bible commentary. But why was that?
Because it's good. Like the Jerome
Well,
Bible
that
commentary.
Jerome and I think you also say the Catholic Study Bible.
Oh
Those
yeah,
two.
they're both really good.
It's always, and also the Jail Anshore Bible commentary has a few Catholic scholars in there. In there,
Yeah.
like Joseph Fitzmayer. Actually,
Oh, Fitzmeyer's amazing.
have you read like John P. Meyer?
Yeah, John Mayer's great. Yeah, John
A
Mayer
Marginal
did
Jew.
Marginal Jew. Yeah, he
Yeah,
taught
I
at
think
Notre
that
Dame
this
for
is.
like 3 decades or something.
I think that stuff. I think that a Marginal Jew is like the foremost mono-authored study on the historical Jesus like ever, unless you know
Well,
something else.
it's the most comprehensive for sure. I mean, it's 5 volumes. The guy wrote 5 books on the historical Jesus, and among the people who write on the historical Jesus, he's one of the most respected.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know that Catholic scholarship in the last like 60 years since the Second
Yeah.
Vatican Council. Do you know about that? That stuff?
Yeah. So the Vatican Council under John Paul II, I think, was a major turning point for the Catholic
John
Church.
23. John 23, not John Paul II. He was later. John 23.
John who?
Pope John the 23. 23rd.
Oh, John Paul the 23rd.
No, it's only John. John Paul is another.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Sorry. John the 23rd.
Pope John the 23rd.
Yeah, that's another pope from John Paul II. Yeah, there are many Johns.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
I mean, John the 23rd, meaning that there are 23 before him. So yeah, in the Second Vatican Council, because you have to remember that prior to that, Catholic scholarship was a bit stringent. Not that how do you say that? Controlled, bound. Yeah, it was pretty bound to not trusting much the historical critical methods. This came mainly due to Pope Pius X out against modernism and stuff. So basically, it was not until Vatican II that they started to really work on historical critical methods, and since then, Catholic scholarship has exploded, at least in the American world that I know of.
Yeah, no, I agree. We're on the same page.
Yeah, I don't think that in a million years you are going to recommend an evangelical commentary.
No, there's a lot of evangelical commentaries that I like, but typically you got to remember, like most evangelical commentaries of the Old Testament have a very agnostic flair to them. You'd be surprised how many quote unquote evangelical Christians have a not very evangelical view of the Bible.
Well, I will not really be able to know what an evangelical view of the Bible will mean, outside of like inerrancy and stuff.
So in America, they typically would affirm like the Chicago Statement on Biblical Inerrancy, but almost all of the evangelical Bible scholars that I know of the Old Testament probably wouldn't hold fast to that, or they would squirm and say something like, it's inerrant in all that it teaches, rather than saying it's inerrant in all of its claims.
I think that's more close to how the Catholic Church understands inerrancy. I think that Vatican II basically says that the Bible is infallible in all of which it proposes for faith and morals, for salvation, and that's like, well, and that's why many Catholic scholars will be like, well, I don't think that like we need a worldwide flood for salvation. Maybe that was not. Actually, it's funny because I recently was watching some stuff about that, and I learned that turns out that even before Vatican II, the Pope had already said that we can believe that, for example, the 5 books of Moses were not directly written by Moses, neither himself nor by Christ, but they can be believed to have evolved over time.
Yeah.
Basically, I think that the main thing is that Moses was here. Oh, sorry, I am bothering you.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what we're talking about. I have no idea what the topic is anymore.
Remember, sorry. Maybe this is a bit of going off the race. So maybe a better thing. So I remember you have criticized people for,
Goats, I hate to drop you, but we have to keep the live dedicated to debates, okay? And right now I'm looking for someone to debate me on this topic, right? I love a good conversation, but no one's here to watch a conversation. They're here to watch a debate.
Yeah, then a debate. Okay, let's have a small debate, even if maybe not in exactly that topic. I remember you have criticized people for believing things on the Vatican.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that. Sorry, love you, Goat, but this is a streamlined platform. We're not just gonna do a debate on whatever is on your mind at the moment. We got a topic on the board. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. 4/DZ guest. It's also in the description of the video. And if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. It's also in the description of the video. And if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. It's also in the description of the video. And if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. It's also in the description of the video. And if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. It's also in the description of the video. And if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. It's also in the description of the video. And if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. It's also in the description of the video. And if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. It's also in the description of the video. And if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. It's also in the des you can click on the link in the description of the video and you'll be able to request up to join the conversation. If you're watching on TikTok, you know how to request up. Hit that guest request down in the bottom. It didn't look like our live stream pushed out after we restarted, after that guy got our live stream banned. I might have to restart TikTok a couple times to get it into the algorithm after that. Those things happen, you know, it is what it is. But like, TikTok's fucking TikTok. What are you gonna do? Wait, so if you're watching on YouTube right now, you actually have priority. If you want to debate and you're watching on YouTube, you got priority. You can get into the guest box right away. As TikTok is currently, let's say, throttling my live stream because of some no phrases that came out earlier. Let me grab a couple super chats while we're waiting. Good question. It says transcendental is a magic word for theists. I use it as a prodding iron. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you're a theist, you need the word transcendental, right? Because the minute somebody admits that there could be something transcendental out there, well, then they'll just say, well, since you believe in this transcendental thing, you also need to believe now in my transcendental deity, which is kind of dumb. Because not only is that not true, like there could be transcendental laws of logic that has nothing to do with whether or not there's a transcendental deity. That's ridiculous. But I still have never heard a compelling argument for anything transcendental. Brian, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, you ever get bored and watch documentaries trying to prove Christianity? Because I do. Not really. Like I spent 20 plus years watching them. And they're all the same, by the way. None of them are good. They're all going over the same bullshit. Like, have you seen the Shroud of Turin? Yeah, I saw the Shroud of Turin. It's stupid. It's always the same nonsense. Like, new scientist discovers how the story of Moses and the 10 plagues could have actually been true using actually known geological and weather phenomenon. Okay, all right, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I've seen all those movies. They're fun. Bucky, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $38 super chat. Huge W, my friend. Bucky says, how on Doug's green earth can claims be evidence? Bucky, you've been here long enough. You know they can't. Claims are indeed not evidence. Claims require evidence to be validated, though. FM says second coming should be within 30 minutes. Listen, I agree. I'd say less than 30 minutes. Anything after that, and you're just belaboring the point. Shady, great to see you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says it's simple. Jesus says he has come and will come again. He's talking about edging. It's just the longest edging session of all time, and I could not agree more. Jesus out here just edging y'all. Jesus Christ edgelord. That is the fact. And Robin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Robin says, the Son of Man did come again. It took a while to get off my back. Shit. You have to get one of those long-handled loofahs. Or as Bill O'Reilly said, falafel. And if you don't know what I'm talking about when I bring up Bill O'Reilly and the falafel, all I can tell you is you need to go to YouTube sometime and just search up Bill O'Reilly falafel. There's a wonderful, embarrassing phone call where he was trying to make sexy talk with somebody who wasn't really having it, and he was clearly intoxicated, and he was trying to describe what he would do in a shower with her and talked about washing her back with a falafel. It's the best thing ever. It's one of my favorite Bill O'Reilly phone calls. It's even better than Bill O'Reilly shouting, fuck it, we'll do it live. It's the best Bill O'Reilly take ever. Jim, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Jim says, hi, Jason. Well, my name's Justin, but I'll let it slide. Don't worry. Love your channel. I went to 12 years of Catholic school. Sorry to hear that. Was semi-practicing until I was in my 40s. Took quite a while to deconstruct on my own. I'm now 67. You're doing Doug's work here. Well, hey, thank you so much, Jim. I really appreciate that. And listen, I don't know what your experience in the Catholic school was like. I liked the school I went to. Nobody got touched. that was a positive. I feel like my teachers were good. I liked my teachers. But listen, man, I've heard some horror stories about other Catholic schools, and it's bad. So I hope your experience was good, Jim. I hope all the best for you. Best of luck on your journey. Thank you for being here, watching the stream, and supporting, friend. Visible Offers says, I actually witnessed a miracle recently. It was a guy with no arms riding a bike. I didn't know his name, but his face rang a bell. Fantastic. Fantastic. I had a really good friend in high school who, well, we're still friends now, but he rode his bike everywhere. Like even when he was old enough to drive a car, he just liked riding bikes, and more power to him. But he was a fan of always riding without using the handlebars. I don't know if it was like a point of pride for him, but he was just always riding his bike around town without touching the handlebars. And I remember one day we had to go get him because he was carrying some jugs of milk, one in each hand from the store, and he ran into a big metal telephone pole. He got his bell rang that day. Poor guy, broke his collarbone. It was a bad time for him. But, you know, they say don't cry over spilt milk. That was one occasion where there was crying over spilt milk. That's just all there is to it. Seven Lemon says, obviously we know that the Doug and Sharon of Scripture existed, but what convinces you of the historical Jesus? Thank you for modeling great conversation. Well, thank you, Seven. I appreciate that. I think some of the things that convinced me of the historical Jesus is, first of all, when we have made up deities, meaning there are deities that are clearly made up from fiction, typically the stories of people encountering those fictional deities happen hundreds of years later. And the reason why that happens that way is because nobody can validate it, right? If you make up a story of a deity and expect people to believe it, you're just going to like enforce it via the government. You're just going to go top down from the government. Here's a new deity. They did it in ancient Egypt. Here's a new deity. You must believe and worship this deity. But what you don't really have are stories of people being like, oh yeah, I saw that deity 10 years ago. Like he was doing cool stuff, right? But that's what you get with Jesus. You get people roughly contemporaneous with his peers that are saying, yeah, we know about this guy. He was, you know, he was either this or he was either that. Even like in the Talmud, for example, in the writings of the Sanhedrin, they mention him. They even throw shade on his mother. And like, why would the Jews be writing about Jesus and his mother, and then also his brother James, if they were all made up? Like, what would they get out of it? If it was true that Jesus didn't really exist, I would expect the Jews writing in the Talmud, you know, 150 years later, would just be like, yeah, this fucker didn't exist. What are you guys talking about? But no, they didn't do that. They said, yeah, he existed, and we killed him. So like, why would we possibly think that they would make up their own fictional enemy? That doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous. And good question coming in again. I think we've got a guest waiting to get in here finally. Good question says, he's not coming back. After his ascension, got in orbit by mistake, and physics are a bitch. Couldn't agree more. Caucasian Space Jesus is still up there somewhere in the stratosphere trying to figure out how to get out of orbit. It's a tough one. It really is. But you're going to have some of that when you're traveling at like 3,000 miles an hour trying to just barely escape the gravity of the Earth without completely flying out of orbit. Oh, well. Let's grab our guest from the YouTube queue. How you doing? Is it Tunde?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is your name Tunde? Did I hear that right?
Yes. Yes, Tunde, yes. How you doing?
Awesome. Good. How are you?
Yes.
Tunde, are you at least
Well done.
18?
I'm good.
And do you believe in Jesus?
Yes, I am.
Cool.
I'm
And do you think
Muslim,
that Jesus...
so I have to.
So you're not a Christian?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, I think you're really
Is that okay?
confused. No, you're lost. You're in the wrong place,
Okay.
okay?
How?
Okay. I will never understand why Muslims think it's their place to defend the New Testament. I don't get it. They don't believe this shit. They don't think it's true. It's crazy to me. I mean, we have an open platform where we get to talk to Muslims all the time on topics that actually are for them. I don't know why they choose to dial in on topics that are explicitly not for them. But that's fine. They think that they think that God gave everything to them, like they're the chosen people. Becky, thank you for the $10 super chat. So whenever I start questioning whether Jesus is coming back, I feel like I'm being one of the scoffers of the end times and just fulfilling the prophecies, I guess. Like maybe I'm just evil and wrong. You're not, Becky. Don't do that. Somebody gaslit you into believing every time you use your rational thinking capacity that you're a scoffer. No, that's called rational thinking. It'd be crazy that God would be mad at you for thinking critically. If God actually cared about his creation and about his word, he would have used words that were unquestionable and demonstrably true, and he wouldn't be punishing people for reading those words, coming to what are the obvious conclusions of the words, which is namely, hey, this fucker was supposed to come back a long time ago and he didn't do it. All right, we got another guest waiting to get in. If you're watching on TikTok, you can join using the button at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join using the link on the screen, tinycc/DZ guest, or you can use the link in the description. It's the same link, but it's actually clickable in the description, so you don't have to type it in to your browser to get there. You don't have to sign up for anything. We don't need your email. We don't need anything like that. You just have to click the link and you'll be in queue. You'll be in line to join the discussion. So we've got one person waiting to get in and we'll see what happens. If the TikTok stream remains for like the next 15 minutes, not pushing it out to anybody, I'm just going to restart the TikTok stream again. After I restarted it the first time, it looked like it didn't really kick the algorithm. It might... Every time I get my live taken down like that, it takes a couple live streams for it to start working again. So maybe we'll just have to juice it. We'll restart it a couple times here today and try to juice it back into normal functionality mode. Welcome in, nameless guest. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Are you with us?
Sorry, it's Tunde. I don't know. My network kicked me out.
Oh, okay. I'll take care of it. I don't know why he came back. All right, friends. Yeah, it was the same guy. I don't think TikTok pushed the live stream out to the algorithm. If TikTok sent you a notification saying that I was live, put a 1 in the comments. I'm curious if it's even sending out notifications that I was live. Once I got the live taken down the first time, I'm curious if it just decided not to send it out. Okay, so we got some notifications. Okay. Tunde, I don't know why you keep coming back. We're talking to Christians today. No one cares about your pervert pedophile prophet, okay? No one cares. You didn't get one, Christina? Yeah. Oh, there's some nopes. Looks like it's mixed. Mixed reviews. Nothing for you? Okay. Well, some people got it, some people didn't. It is what it is. Could be just because it's the middle of a Saturday. Who knows? We'll see. Larry, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Larry says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory, do the Protestant sheep go straight to heaven, but the Roman Catholic sheep go to purgatory first? How does that work? Tongue firmly ensconced in cheek. Fantastic question. So, and this is the funny thing, because if you read the New Testament, it seems like when Jesus comes back, he's just going to judge people and they're going to go one way or another, right? What the Catholics are trying to answer, thank you, Christina, for the hand hearts. What the Catholics are trying to answer is, okay, what about people who die between now and then? Where do they go? And that's where the doctrine of purgatory becomes important, because purgatory is explaining like what's happening to the people that die between now and between Jesus' second coming. Miss Michelle, thank you for the face paint. So my read, and to be clear, purgatory doesn't really show up in the New Testament. It more or less kind of shows up in the Apocrypha, which is why Protestants kind of poo-poo on the purgatory. But the reality is, if you read between the lines a little bit, you could catch perhaps this idea that some people would be judged and sent to heaven rather than hell, even if they don't believe in Jesus. And let me explain to you why that is the case. I'm going to show to you real quick Matthew 25. In fact, when I was in Catholic school, I had a teacher point this out to me, and I still think it's a good thing to think about. Okay, so in Matthew 25, when Jesus comes back, what's he say? It says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him. So this is all people. He will separate people one from another as a shepherd separates sheep from the goats, and he will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. Then the king will say, okay, so he's separating all the people. And what's his criteria of judgment? He says, for I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. And so he's talking about how these people that are being judged and sent to heaven are the people that were doing the good works that he wanted them to do, right? So, Brandon, thank you for the hat. I appreciate that. Tribu, thank you for the hand hearts. So if Jesus is suggesting, I'm coming back at the end of days to judge all mankind, and I'm sending the people who did the good deeds, I'm sending those people to heaven, well, then definitely we have this idea that, like, you don't literally just go to hell for the sole cause of not believing in Jesus. But then again, as you would know from the Gospel of John and elsewhere, that Jesus has a very different idea of what gets you into heaven. It just happens to be that in Matthew's version of Jesus is very more, a little more Jewish and a little more legalistic. The Jesus of Matthew is a Judaizer, meaning he wants you to follow the law. The law is the thing that makes you righteous. All right, let me grab our next guest in here. We're going to get Brother Genu. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can do. Brother Genu, are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, I do. The first thing I'm gonna say, the reason why the Muslim is coming up, the reason why the Muslim is coming up to discuss, because they also believe in the Jesus coming back.
Yeah, but they
That's
don't
why they're
believe.
showing up.
They don't even believe he died in the first place, which is
Doesn't
there's
matter. He
there's this
ascended to the
whole
heaven.
there's this whole nonsense in the Muslim religion about how the New Testament's not true, about how it's corrupted, and they've got the new truth, and no one really
No.
cares. I think anyone who's got a brain knows that this particular topic is about Christian doctrine, and we're talking to
It doesn't.
Christians today.
Well, it
So,
doesn't. Because
being that you're a Christian and not a Muslim, that means you're actually in the right place. Do you believe that Jesus
no,
is
I'm a
coming
Muslim.
back? Oh, you're a Muslim. Gotcha.
Because
Okay, so
cause,
is the New Testament true?
Mark, Matthew, and Luke, I would say it's 85% Islamic. I would say
No,
we
is it
do a
true
general
though?
confirmation, not 100%.
Okay, so you don't believe the New Testament is true.
Yeah, just like
Okay, great. That's what I thought. Okay, so you don't believe the New Testament is true. We're talking about what the New Testament teaches. Again, you've stumbled into the wrong place and you're in the wrong live stream. We're talking to Christians, okay? I know that you think
the
you're special because your pervert prophet told you so, but you're not. Okay, just so you're aware, Muslims, we're not talking to you today. Today's not for you. Not everything's about you, okay? Derek, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Derek says, your stream brings back memories like asking my pastor once about an alleged prophecy. If the New Testament hadn't said its fulfillment, would anyone have noticed? Answer, that's a really good question. That is a really good question, actually. And that's the whole problem with the prophecies of Jesus, right? If you don't have the New Testament and you're just reading these prophecies, would you ever connect these prophecies to Jesus? You wouldn't. You're only connecting them to Jesus because the New Testament tells you to, right? So your starting point is that the New Testament is true. And because the New Testament is true, I must believe that these prophecies are about Jesus. But that's putting the cart before the horse. That's not how prophecies are supposed to work. Stephen, great to see you tonight. Stephen says, why are Christians so damn mean? I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily that they're mean. It's just that when they get into the hot seat, they don't know how to react. and then they act up. You know what I mean? That's my opinion. I think that's what happens. I think they get the pressure put on them and they go into like this existential crisis. That's just my read of the situation. And Tim, thank you for the super chat, says, what do you call a dog with no legs? Doesn't matter. He's not coming. That's fucking fantastic. Oh, I do. That was a good joke. I do have to say, I've not heard that one before. I've heard a lot of jokes, but I haven't heard that one. That was a good one. And Chip, thank you so much for the super chat. Chip says, tried my first cooking with Doug session at the Greenway today. One short talk with a Jehovah's Witnesses, but she was leaving as I got there. Not many people out today, so I have to try a different time. Still rock hard for Doug. Well, it might be a slow day because it's Saturday. You know, traditionally there's not a lot of live streams happening on Saturday. People are doing stuff. And, you know, according to the statistics that I know of, you know, most live streams do better on Saturday nights than Saturday daytime. But that's okay. We're going to try it anyways. But I am going to restart my TikTok. The TikTok started out just fine. And then I got a violation because one of my guests said something that he wasn't supposed to say. And I got a live violation. I restarted. It didn't seem to really fix the problem. I'm going to do another restart real quick and see if we can get some guests in the guest box and get like an actual debate going. Or I'm left with no other conclusion, which is that Christians are terrified to debate this actual topic. Christians are so scared of this topic that literally the only people with the cojones to come up have been the Muslims. How embarrassing that you're so terrified of your job that the Muslims have to come and do it for you. What a crazy turn of events. Okay, I'm going to restart the TikTok stream, okay? Maybe we'll get like an actual Christian up here this time. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. We'll get somebody in queue. I'm surprised though. Typically these types of topics are, I don't want to use the word triggering, but these types of topics are motivating enough for most Christians that they want to request up, because most Christians, like when you go to the core of what they believe Jesus died for your sins and he's coming back. Like those are the fundamental core realities of their belief system. And so when you press on those core doctrines, they typically feel a little bit compelled to come up, but maybe not so much today. I see Ian's live. I wonder if Ian's having a good time on his live stream, or if he's if he's struggling to get some guests. Let me see. Oh yeah, he's got lots of people. Okay, so it might just be getting throttled from my from our first conversation. Give me 1 second. All right, TikTok stream is restarted again. Guest box is open. We will do it again. I'll grab just 1 or 2 super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We got one guest waiting in the YouTube queue. Jimmy says, your God came from hallucinogenic D. Prove me wrong. I don't know what hallucinogenic D is, but I agree. Yeah, this God is a phantom of your imagination. Yoko says, what will Christians do if aliens show up? Big problem. Yes, I couldn't agree more. I think aliens are a huge problem for Christians. I don't think they're going to be able to deal with this very well. Actually, we've got Dalton back with us. Let's see if Dalton loads up. Welcome in, buddy.
Hey, I was just wondering, when you were super religious, did you ever read those books, the Left Behind series?
No, I never did, and even as a Christian, I was never compelled to fall into the rabbit hole of end times theology. I thought it was silly. I thought it was a useless endeavor, being that Jesus says no man knows the day nor the hour. So I'm like, why would we waste all of our time trying to calculate and figure out when he's coming back? Just go do the stuff you're supposed to do.
I was so gullible as a teenager. I was reading these books and thinking to myself, man, I can't believe this is all gonna happen.
I get it. My dad was a firm believer. My dad had like all the Left Behind series. Oh, hold on. My dad had all the Left Behind series and like watched the movies and like when they came out in theaters, like he was there in theaters. Yeah, he was pretty sold out. We've got a new guest with us.
I'm about to be heading home.
Sure.
I'm about to be heading home actually, so I'll be coming back on later. And,
Perfect. All right.
But I'll be listening.
Drive safe, buddy. W. Dalton. All right. So we've got a guest with us now named Unlimited. Is that how you want to be called?
Yeah, that's fine. Give me 1 second. I'll be with you. All right, there you go. Thank you. Sorry, working right now.
Unlimited, are you driving right now?
No, I'm working.
Okay, cool. You can work, but you can't drive while you're talking.
Okay, no, I'm not driving.
Okay. Unlimited, are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
I am 18 and I do believe Jesus was a real person, yes. But I don't believe he's coming back.
Oh, well, we agree then. Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you for being on the right side of reality. But this is, we're looking for people who do think he's coming back.
I do have something. I believe his teachings could come back. But his teachings are not.
No one really cares, though. All right, let's move on to our next guest. Good question. Thank you for the 99-cent super thanks. And iReactor, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, do you think Jesus thought that he was the Son of Man? Also, what is the Son of Man? Well, the Son of Man is a messianic figure that really gets characterized well during the intertestamental period based on Daniel chapter 7. And it's basically gets coined as like a term for the Messiah. He gets really well described in the book of 1st and 2nd Enoch, and then shows up as well in the Apocrypha as the Son of Man. Probably most notably in 2nd Esdras, I think like chapter 7, if I remember correctly. But yeah, like if you go to like Bible Gateway, for example, and just do a search on Son of Man, you can also do it on intertextuality.com or .org. I always forget which one. You can find all the extra biblical literature that reference the Son of Man. But like if you look in, for example, on Bible Gateway, you can do an NRSV word search of just the Apocrypha. You can find where the phrase Son of Man shows up in the Apocrypha. And quite often, I don't know why it didn't show up here. But quite often, you'll find that it's just a messianic title. It's got 25 mentions in the Apocrypha, but for some reason the website isn't working right now. I don't know why that's the case. Wonder if we can search by book. So if we go to 2nd Esdras, we should find something in there. I don't even have it listed. I don't know why it's not listed there. What does it say in Baruch? Not the same phrase. We have to do this thing right here. Oop, right there. Here we go. Son of Man. Bada bing, bada boom. And now they don't have... You know what? Fuck this. I'll just give you the passage. I don't know why Bible Gateway is not showing it. The passage isn't... I've got it written down in my notes. Just give me a second. Oh, boy. Let's see. 2nd Esdras 13 references the figure of a man who's also the Son of God. It's in 2nd Esdras 13. And then also in 1st Enoch. If you go to 1st Enoch 46, you'll find it. In fact, let me pull it up here real quick. In 1st Enoch 46, there's a whole diatribe about this Son of Man. Says, at that hour, the Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord of the Spirits, and his name before the one to whom belongs time before time. Yes, blah, 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 blah. So we got the Son of Man. He gets exalted by the Father. He becomes a Lord of the spirits. There shall be no one to take them with his hands and raise them, for they have denied the Lord of spirits and his Messiah. So the Messiah is the Son of Man in 1 Enoch 46. So give 1 Enoch a read, and I think you'll like it quite a bit. There's no doubt that the book of Enoch and this Son of Man development informed the New Testament when it uses the phrase Son of Man. We know what it means, you know? Al, thank you for the 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that. And insert name here, great to see you. It says, heads up, saw a YouTube video saying the rapture will definitely happen on 9/23 or 9/24. At least it would be quiet for once. Doug Speed Justin. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this topic. I wanted to run this topic this month because there's a bunch of crazy people out there swearing Jesus is coming back. So I'm like, if there was ever a time to run this topic, it's now. It's this month. This is the month. Let's get our next guest in here. Welcome in, Michael.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Michael, are you at least 18, and do you believe that Jesus is coming back?
I am 18, and I do believe he's coming back.
All right. And when is Jesus coming back?
This month.
Oh, shit. Why would anyone be convinced that Jesus is coming back this month?
I mean, if you just looked at the signs, like what the Bible says, I mean, it's just irrefutable.
Like what?
Yeah, for sure. So, like, it talks about how, like, during the end times, there's going to be chaos, and, like, it will just be, like, written on the hearts that he's coming back.
Yeah, can you show me that verse?
Yeah, for sure. Hold on, just give me...
I assume he's going to find the verse. It's hard to know if these people are trolls or if they're real. You know what I mean? Yeah, Woolite says I smell a troll. I kind of do too.
Well, I can't find the specific verse, but I just know like he's coming back. Like, I'm not trolling too for people in the comments.
Right, but we're asking how you know he's coming back.
Right. Yeah. I got you. I wish I had my Bible with me, but I can hop off and then come back on if, like, so I can find the verse.
Well, Jesus says that he was coming very soon.
Right, but time's different for him than it is us.
Well, why would he use words that only he can understand?
Well, he's just on a different, like, wavelength. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he definitely, like he's just, like, he's in 4D chess, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that, but it's kind of meaningless, right? So if I take you to Revelation 22, in Revelation 22, we've got a bunch of stuff. It says, these words are trustworthy and true, for the Lord, the God of the spirits of the prophets, has sent his angel to show his servants what must soon take place, right? So when it says that these events must soon take place, you probably think that all of the events being described, like, are actual meaningful. So why would I think that the word soon is not meaningful?
Well, how would you define soon, right?
Well, soon just means in the immediate future.
I mean, time is relative.
And, well, certainly that has nothing to do with how we count time. We don't count time relatively. So, and that would be silly, because if God is immaterial, then he doesn't even experience time. So that's kind of a silly statement then. So the reality is, Jesus told whoever wrote the book of Revelation that he's coming back very soon. He says, see, I am coming soon. Why would he say that if he didn't really mean that he's coming back soon?
Well, can I put it a different way for you? Since, like, I feel like this is a good analogy, right? So you believe that the Earth is billions of years old, right?
I mean, I do. Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's billions of years old, and he died like 2,000 years ago, right? So if it was billions of years versus 2,000 years, 2,000 years would seem soon, right? Compared to a billion?
No, not remotely, no. Jesus didn't say, I'm going to be coming soon compared to the age of the earth. He says, I'm coming soon, which just means the immediate future.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. True, I guess. But like, it depends how you look. It depends how you look at it, I feel.
Look at what?
Like, look at what he means by soon. If you think soon means like in a generation, then like that didn't happen.
I know it didn't happen, but he did say he's coming back within that generation.
Well, it depends what you mean by all right, I'm trolling, bro.
Okay, I figured he was a troll. Okay. Oh boy. All right. Well, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. 666 from RW. Thank you so much. Says, my husband loves you. Me too. He's from Willoughby, Ohio. Loves the Browns. Drink orange Coke Zero. I like this guy already. And hates when I say soda pop. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But certainly rock hard for Doug and rock hard for the mistake on the lake. Pour one out for the Brownsies. They're going to need all the love they can get this year. Unashamed says, Christians, Jesus is coming back. Jesus, new phone. Who dis? That's such a good meme, too. Resist says, any ETA on the plushies? Don't you dare say soon. I actually don't have an ETA yet. I apologize. I already have pricing and like availability. The problem is I need to work out an order method, because what I'm not going to do is order 2,000 plushies to my house and then individually mail them out every time someone orders one. That's not going to happen. I have to find someone who will private label plushies for me, and that we can actually import into our gift shop so people can order directly from the gift shop and have the order fulfilled. I don't have the infrastructure to do like actual internet sales. This is not really a thing. Eric, thank you so much for the $5. Says, imagine being the one Christian woman with the perfect apologetic, but you can't share it because Paul told you to shut the fuck up and not teach anything. I know. That would be wild. That's Sarah and I talk about this quite often. That's the problem with a lot of the Christian doctrine, is that you're like, half of the brain power in your congregation is not allowed to be utilized. It's crazy. Like it's such a losing strategy. And Amir says, what did 5 say when 4 asked, what was that? Coming after it. 6, 7. Wait, what? What did 5 say when 4 asked, what was that? Coming after it. 6, 7. I feel like this is a joke I should get, but I'm not getting it. And I apologize greatly for not getting this one, Amir. This is my problem. This is my problem. Thank you for the super chat, though. And thank you for sending out 1 Deconstruction Zone membership. I appreciate that. And Nightman, thank you for the super chat, says, even when I was a Christian, the Left Behind books were so bad, poorly written, and shallow. Chronicles of Narnia is where it's at. I actually agree. I agree. Yeah. The Left Behind books, I wouldn't be able to stomach. Last one for now. Thank you so much, Duncan, for the $19.99 super chat. Big W says, Justin, I love your show. I used to be a fervent Christian and brought my kids up in the church. I'm not a believer anymore. What's your best advice for how to interact with my kids now and help them think for themselves? So this is really good. So first of all, I don't believe we should be shielding our kids from religion. Like, even though we don't believe in it, I don't think it's our job to prevent them from thinking about or learning about the religions. I think it's important, though, when the topics come up, that we actually ask the pertinent questions. Help them to find the answers themselves. Ask them the right questions so that they can draw their own correct conclusions. That's what I would suggest. But I don't think what you should do is just go full on and be like, Christianity is not true. It's evil, or it's silly, or I don't think those are helpful tactics. I think people, including children, come to the best conclusions when they think through them themselves rather than when they're told what to believe. So I hope that helps. Also, people are saying that the joke is obvious, but I first of all, if it's like, trust me, I know how numbers work. I just don't see where the joke is yet. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where's the joke, right? What did 5 say when 4 asked, what's that coming after? Well, we know that 6 and 7 are coming after 5. We get that. I just don't see where the joke is yet. Like this, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe the joke is funny. I don't have a sense of humor. I apologize if that's the case. Me personally, I think some jokes are too on the nose to be funny. And I think that might be one. I apologize, Amir. I love you. I love you deeply. I don't think there's enough mystery in that joke for it to be funny. Now, the 7, 8, 9 number joke, that's a funny joke. Now, unless 6, 7 means something that I'm unaware of, does 6, 7 have an alternate meaning other than the number 6 and 7? Does 6, 7 mean something that I don't know about? I don't know what to tell you. I don't know code, friends. Like if there's some sort of pop culture reference to the number 6, 7, I don't know it. I don't know it. Anyways, let me grab our next guest. We're gonna grab Dalton, then we're gonna grab our next guest, Timothy. Actually, I know Timothy. Timothy's a friend of mine, but I know he's not an atheist, so he's gonna come up and tell me. If I was going to prophesy, Timothy's going to come and tell me how the Greek word "taku" means quickly and not soon. We'll see.
Oh, by the way, Justin, if anyone ever asks you again where the your plushies are, when the plushies are coming in, just tell them within a generation.
That's right. It's obviously within a generation. Welcome in, Timothy.
Hey, yeah.
Timothy, did you have any concern with my claim that Jesus is not coming back?
Only that it's beginning to concern me. So
I get it.
I still have that hope, but it's worrisome that you might be right.
Yeah, I get that. And you know what? This was when I was deconstructing, this was one of the difficulties that I was dealing with as a young person, because my dad was really into end times prophecy, right? And he wanted to share it with me because obviously he's super interested in it, right? But for me, I struggled with the whole thing because I'm like, well, it just kind of seems like it's not true, right? And so, for example, even the book of Hebrews says, let us consider how to provoke one another to love and good deeds, not neglecting to meet together, as is the habit of some, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching, referring to the end of days, right? But like, if he's exhorting the church, saying, listen, the day is drawing near, you can see the day approaching, like, why would I take that to mean that it's going to happen thousands of years after they're dead,
Yeah. So one thing that's come across my mind is that God, we're short-lived humans, so he keeps us in expectation. If we thought it was far off, then we wouldn't have the impetus to continue holding on. So keeping us in eager expectation would be one strategy.
So I like this, first of all, because like when you read like the parables of Jesus, like the parable of the 10 virgins, right?
Sure, yes.
I think the parable of the 10 virgins and like the parable of the wicked servant, or the one who buried the money, I think these would be really good parables to illustrate that. If you wanted to illustrate like, hey, I'm coming back, but I'm not going to tell you when, you just have to do your duty while I'm gone. I'll come back when I come back. I think these parables would suffice. However, we've got so many clear statements in the Bible, both from Jesus and Paul and others, that it's really difficult to believe that he just meant some indefinite time period. For example, at the beginning of Revelation, he says, blessed are those who hear and who keep what is written in it, for the time is near, right? So he's talking about the stuff that he's about to say about in the book of Revelation. And it says the time is near, but like, what could that possibly mean? If near means 2,000 years later, then it seems like what he's doing is essentially like misleading the people that this book is being given to, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a legitimate reading that, yeah, he's building up expectation for something that's yet future, way off into the future. Yeah.
Right. And so like I'll give you like a really good analogy. So like if Dalton was coming over and I was like, "Oh shoot, Dalton's coming over. I better like put some I got to get out of my pajamas and put real clothes on, right?" I might text Dalton and say, "Hey Dalton, when are you coming over?" And he'd be like, "Very soon." Well, if he told me very soon, I'm like, "Shoot, I need to change my clothes now." Right? That lets me know this is an immediate thing happening, right? He could have said, "Oh, sometime later." Well, if he tells me sometime later, then I'm going to be like, "Well, fuck, I'm going to stay in my pajamas for a while," right? So like it seems like the choice of words that Jesus is using here, the only purpose those words could have is to indicate to them that whatever is happening in the immediate future.
Yeah.
There's always those one people though that tell you that they're coming soon, and then it's hours and hours and hours, and they got distracted. So maybe that's what's happening. He's gotten distracted.
Jesus has ADHD, evidently.
I did see a cartoon once where it's like, where has Jesus been this whole time? And then God walks into the next room and he sees Jesus in there with doing like some aerobics with some demons, and he's like, "Is this what you've been doing for 2,000 years?" Yeah, he goes, "Yeah, you told me to exorcise the demons."
So the Jehovah's Witness perspective is that there is a time period of 2,520 years that would the nations would have supremacy over God's kingdom, and which that ended in 1914, according to the JW view. So that's a kind of a nice little schema to help deal with, why has the parousia delayed? Well, there was a particular set time, and at the end of that time, then Jesus' parousia begins, and to be culminated with his erhomenos, the coming.
Right.
So that's.
And I think what a lot of Christians today are trying to do with this topic, like the apologetics, are basically, well, all prophecies are contingent. I think that's what they're trying to do with this. But that's not really the right way to read prophecy. Like all prophecies.
Yeah, I have a problem with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Saying that all prophecies are contingent would just mean that God is okay with lying, right? The prophecies that God gives you that are contingent, he tells you they're contingent.
Yeah, we have a passage that tells us that God has set a day in which he's going to judge the world by a man, Jesus Christ. So that's a set day. So that's not contingent. There's a particular period that's set. Right. So he's not going out seeing if the grapes of wrath are ripe enough yet. Are they ripe enough to reap? No, let them grow a little while longer. That doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, Jesus said that no man knows the day or hour. So maybe what's happened is that every time a Christian figured it out, well, you can't know the day or hour, so you just got to postpone it. And they've been getting it right this whole time. As a result, Jesus just had to postpone for 2,000 years.
Yeah, they say you can't predict the end, but I predicted a number of times already. So, yeah, I think it's going to come on Cinco de Mayo because that's the most unlikely day it would ever happen.
I mean, I'll be a little bit upset if it gets in the way of my tacos, to be honest.
Taco Tuesday, yeah.
First time for Jesus to come back is when I'm enjoying a pina colada.
Let me run over one passage with you, Timothy, and I think it gets overlooked in terms of Jesus coming back. I think personally, if Paul was real and if Paul actually did meet with the disciples, I think that's good evidence that Paul and the disciples all agreed that Jesus was coming back. And remember, in the book of Galatians and Acts, there's like as many as 3 different visitations with the disciples. But there's a really interesting passage in 2 Thessalonians where Paul's talking, because some people believe that Jesus already came back. And Paul's like, no, he didn't come back yet. Says, let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the lawless one is revealed. So what he's saying is, listen, the end hasn't come yet. And the reason why the end hasn't come yet is because the lawless one has yet to be revealed, the one destined for destruction. He opposes. Now, listen to what he says about the man of lawlessness. He opposes and exalts himself above every so-called God or object of worship, so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, declaring himself to be God. So keep in mind, this is all present tense. And he says, do you remember that I told you these things when I was still with you? And you know what is now restraining him. So check this out. He's saying the man of lawlessness is here. He's talking about him in the present tense. And he says, you know what is now restraining him, meaning this person is here, he exists, and he has a restrainer right now that's holding him back. But momentarily, very shortly, the restrainer is going to be no longer restraining him. So as Paul understood it in 2 Thessalonians, or whoever wrote this book, the last thing that needs to happen before the end, the restrainer being revealed, was at hand. The person was already there, already alive. The man of lawlessness needed to be revealed, who was being held back by the restrainer. But both of them are already there. And if we take these words seriously, I'm left to conclude that Paul is stating implicitly that the end is not here, but it is nigh.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed that those were in the present tense form. So that's an interesting observation. I'll have to look at that. But he seems to be quoting, or seems to be drawing from Daniel 11:35 through 12:1,
Right.
where you've got the king of the north is the one that's said to set himself up and do these things. He even misleads many and does a refining work. So it seems to be the king of the north figure that's in view. And then in Daniel 12:1, it says that Michael paralevsete, he steps back. It could be read as steps back or passes by. So Michael might be the figure that would be the restrainer, who then steps back and then allows this king of the north to invade Daniel's people.
Yeah, I agree. And first of all, you and I may or may not agree on Daniel, but I think that all of the messianic overtones in the book of Daniel, even the one like Daniel chapter 7 talks about the one like the Son of a Man receiving the kingdom, it's an archangel.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
like
and Jesus
it
seems
seems
to be reading
clear.
it that way himself. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to be reading the Old Greek, where he comes as the Ancient of Days, and his parestoketes, his attendants, paresan auto, are present with him. So,
Right.
which is the same idea of the Son of Man coming in the glory of the Father and the angels with him. So that the
Right.
only thing that explains that is the reading of the Old Greek.
I agree. Yeah. And it's also true as well that both Gabriel and the other angels, Gabriel is referred to in at one part as a man, says the man Gabriel. And then in another chapter, I think Daniel chapter 4, the fiery furnace, the one like the son of a god that is seen in the furnace, later in that same paragraph is described as an angel, right? So we have this really interesting situation where there's like these figures, like these mysterious figures that show up, and they're godlike and they're manlike, but they're called angels more often than not. So I'm left to believe that the one like the Son of Man in Daniel chapter 7 is not a human being that gets exalted, but it's in fact one of the archangels, maybe Michael or Gabriel. I think Michael.
I mean, that seems like a legitimate reading, but I think Jesus was applying it to himself.
Yeah, no, I think Jesus was. I agree with you there. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. I agree with you on that.
And then, he's coming with the angels or with his attendants in the Old Greek. It's not to the Ancient of Days. It's coming in judgment of the nations, as you keep reading down to the rest of Daniel 7. Right. And then even the holy ones inherit the kingdom with him, that same kingdom authority. And he's reading then that coming as back to Daniel 12:1, where Michael either steps back, steps to the side, or steps up, and so he's reading that, which is a a judgment day scene. So in Jesus' great prophecy in Matthew 24, he's conflating both of those readings.
I do agree. And one thing I would also say, if you go to chapter 26, Jesus gives another indication as to when this might happen. When he's in front of the high priest, it says, I put you under oath before the living God. Tell us if you are the Messiah, the Son of God. Jesus said to him, you have said so, but I tell you, from now on, you will see the Son of Man seated on the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven. I don't know how that statement is relevant to the high priest if he wasn't talking to the actual high priest. I know as like modern Bible readers, it'd be really tantalizing to think of the you as being the audience reading the book, but it's pretty clear that the you is the high priest. Jesus is saying, you, high priest, will see me coming on the clouds, right? So my reading of this again is that Jesus is suggesting, no, it's happening soon and you're going to see it.
Yeah, and we might, so to kind of make a little bit of an apologetics argument, which is that would have a minor fulfillment in the first century with the destruction of Jerusalem, which the high priest would have seen, and that would have been an exhibition of his authority with the destruction of the temple as a divine being, so he would have seen him in that way,
right?
And yet Jesus seems to be reading also Daniel 9, 26, 27, and conflating, so giving a prophecy that conflates two different temple destructions or comings, one that generation would experience and one that wouldn't be part of that generation.
Well, my reading of the New Testament is that there's only one second coming. I've never found anything in the New Testament that would point me towards a third coming. And I can see why, like, if you're a partial preterist, you kind of need this to make the theology work. Otherwise, it seems like Jesus failed, because every time it talks about the Son of Man coming, it seems to indicate that this is like the end, where he judges all the nations and sets everything right. But because it didn't really happen, now you have to segregate it and say, no, there's more than one coming, right? When Jesus came, theoretically in 70 AD, that was the second coming, but we're still waiting for the final coming, which is when the big stuff happens. But like, I've not been able to find anything in the New Testament that would lead me to believe that the Son of Man is coming on the clouds twice.
Right. So that's why it's an apologetics kind of thing, where you're trying to make an argument for it. But you've got this interesting statement, a parenthetical statement in around Matthew 24:15, where he says, let the reader use discernment, when he's speaking of the disgusting thing standing in a holy place. And so you might say, well, okay, so this disgusting thing that stands in a holy place, you see that in Daniel, that it seems to have two different fulfillments. So you might use that.
So I don't read Daniel as two different fulfillments. I read it as two different narratives of the same fulfillment.
Yeah, but they do seem to have different time frames. Where you've, I may not be able to make a strong argument for that, but you've got the disgusting thing standing in a holy place in Daniel, spoken of a number of times, and I mean, they were even taking that as a fulfillment in the time of the Maccabees, right? So looking at it as
that's what I think.
Clearly, it was about Antiochus.
Yeah, that's how I'm taking it. I think all of the prophecies of the final kingdom in Daniel are during the Maccabean period, during the 2nd century.
Right, but Jesus is clearly pointing to it as future.
No, I know Jesus is. Yeah. Although I would point out, and I've discussed this with some people, I think it's a good interpretation. I think Josephus agrees with me. If you read Josephus' Antiquities, Book 10, near the end of Book 10, he talks about how Daniel 9 was fulfilled in Antiochus Epiphanes, but he sees it, and then in another part of his work, he says that he sees it happening again. I think Jesus understood his role in Daniel as not being the primary fulfillment, but a secondary fulfillment, much like the other prophecies. And I think the best evidence for this is in Matthew or in Mark. when he says during the Olivet Discourse, when you see the soldiers surrounding the city, head for the hills, right? Well, this is a quotation from Maccabees during the Maccabean revolt. Judas Maccabees, when the soldiers come and they rebel, he says, everyone who is zealous for the law, join me over in the hills. And then we get another rendition in Second Maccabees, right? And so I'm reading Jesus's words thinking, it sounds like Jesus is referring to this exact instance from Daniel 9 that is repeated in Maccabees. And so he already knows the playbook. The playbook is the soldiers come, you rebel, you head to the hills, and you do guerrilla warfare. Well, if he already knows the playbook because it already played out once, then that tells me he thinks he's playing it out a second time, which I think is something that's, I don't think this is controversial for a lot of scholars, but I think it's like with most Christians, like it kind of blows their head thinking about it.
Yeah, so there is that first fulfillment, that Daniel 9 fulfillment of this prince that's coming that destroys Jerusalem. But then you've also got a Daniel 12 fulfillment where the king of the north comes, plants his palatial tents, and attacks Jerusalem, and he's brought to his end. The king of the north is. So you've got two different events, two different fulfillments. And so Jesus is reading both of those. He's speaking about both of them. And that's why he's saying, pay attention to this discussing thing, use discernment. So it would depend on the time period that you're in. And then Jesus in Matthew 24, he broadens it to not just Jerusalem, because it says all the tribes of the earth will see the Son of Man and they will beat themselves in lamentation. So then it's broadened not to just Jerusalem, but to a fulfillment that all the tribes of the earth are involved with.
So my understanding, I know we're kind of getting off course now, but my understanding is that the king of the north is referring to Antiochus, and the king of the south is referring to the current king of the Ptolemies down in Egypt.
Okay, yeah, but I don't think, again, if we're talking about Jesus' reading of it.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm not referring to Jesus' reading. No. No, I agree. Yeah.
Future, and I think he's dividing between those two. So you've got one attack of Jerusalem where the king of the north figure is destroyed without human hand, and then another in Daniel 9. You've got the attack of Jerusalem where Jerusalem is destroyed. So he's involved. He's got both of those the discussing things standing in a holy place in mind, and he's asking the reader to use discernment. So the one in Daniel 12 would be future, which would involve all the earth and all the tribes of the earth, and would be a judgment day scene.
From Jesus' viewpoint, you mean?
From his viewpoint, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. Yeah.
From his interpretation of Daniel.
That certainly is plausible that he could be trying to say that there's two. I personally, I'm not convinced by that. I think Jesus understood that there was only one coming, not three comings, or a second coming and not a third coming. But at that, I think.
How do you explain all the tribes of the earth? Look at Matthew 24 there. Where is it? 29 through 31. I don't have my Bible handy.
No, you're right. That's it.
Yeah.
What?
So yeah. How do you explain that? I mean, he's certainly broadening this attack of the disgusting thing to include all the tribes of the earth. So this event then all of a sudden includes all the tribes of the earth.
No, I don't think so. I think this is the event. This is the second coming, right? When he says the sun will be darkened, the moon.
Coming, but the destruction of Jerusalem
is. That's what I'm saying. This is the second coming. Yeah.
Is the coming of a military force, a prince that is coming, or a leader that is coming that will destroy Jerusalem. So that destruction isn't the same one, because it doesn't involve all the tribes of the earth.
I guess I'm lost. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the second coming. I don't believe that the Roman armies coming are the exact same thing as the second coming. Okay,
well then I guess we're on the same page then.
Oh yeah, we agree there. Okay, just check it. Okay, I was confused. That's my bad.
But that would still be kind of a fulfillment of Scripture, and so Jesus, and in a way showing that he had authority, and was exercising the authority to destroy Jerusalem. So that's not the second coming, but it is a manifestation of Jesus's authority and power from heaven.
Yeah, but the problem we have is whenever the Jesus coming back is spoken about, It's spoken about as though everyone's going to see it and all the world is going to be involved, right? I'm not aware of any instance where Jesus refers to his second coming as being some sort of a localized judgment just on the Jews.
Right. But what I'm saying is that it is connected with that figure, Daniel 9:26-27. It is still connected with that figure that's cut off at the half of the week, and then as a result later on you've got so.
Well, my understanding is Jesus has the understanding that the precursor to the second coming is going to be Daniel 9. Like before the second coming must happen, Daniel 9 must happen again. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I don't think they're the same event. I think they're linked. I think once Daniel 9 comes true, then the second coming happens. Because remember, at the end of Daniel 9, the one gets he gets annihilated. The Desolator gets annihilated, and then we have like the final kingdom of God. My understanding is it's supposed to play out along a similar timeline where the armies of the wicked are destroyed, the Desolator is destroyed, and then Jesus comes back and sets everything right. But, I mean, that's my reading of it. But
yeah.
Timmy, I really enjoyed talking to you. We've got a couple people waiting to get in. I'm going to pop them in on the YouTube stream. But
one thing that I'd say about coming quickly or coming soon, it's entaje, right? So it could be that's the manner of when he comes, it's quickly. Luke 18:8 or 6-8 somewhere in there kind of says that the judge will have judgment executed quickly. So you could read it that way. It might be pushing it though.
Yeah, must not forget that Jesus also made the promise that there are some standing here who will not die before they see this other man coming.
And I would say that that's the generation that he was talking to. That generation and the destruction of Jerusalem would be the fulfillment of that from Daniel 9. And he's, like I say, he's got Daniel 9 and Daniel 12 that he's trying to speak on and for his audience. So, anyway.
Well, I think the problem with trying to conflate that with Matthew 16:27 and 28 is it seems like he's using the same imagery. The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father. This seems to be Daniel chapter 7, right?
And then so he's reading Daniel 7, 13, and then together with Daniel 12:1, and he's putting those together. The Daniel 12:1 coming, that is an attack of the King of the North figure, and he is destroyed without human hands. So which is supernatural. So Michael as Jesus or whatever. So, but that's different from the Daniel 9, destruction of Jerusalem by the leader that's coming. But he's got both of those things together, and he's telling his audience to use discernment. So it would depend on what time period you're living in.
Right, but he doesn't say any of that, right? He says, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. The idea of the Son of Man coming in his kingdom is what's supposed to happen in Daniel chapter 7, right? So if he says that Daniel's... if he's saying Daniel 7 is going to come true before all of you guys pass away, I'm not sure it matters what he thinks about Daniel chapter 9. Daniel number 7 needs to come true, and I can't see how Daniel 7 did come true.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean?
So that destruction of Jerusalem would be, like, as he was saying to Caiaphas, a kind of a coming in his kingdom power.
I would think so.
But not the coming in kingdom power where he destroys the nations and not
for the first century Christians. They probably would have believed that after the Gospels were written, at least the first Gospel was written in 70 AD, and they know that the destruction of the temple just occurred. Jesus saying that immediately after the events of these days, the sun will be darkened. They probably are under the persuasion that Jesus is coming back, well, immediately after the suffering of those days, and they were experiencing the suffering of those days. So they probably saw his coming as happening within the next few decades, according to the plain meaning of the text.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's why, hopefully, if Revelation was written post 70, then that would have been an encouragement to them to stay active, stay busy. It's still right around the corner. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we agree with you there. Well, Timothy, we've talked a couple of times. I appreciate you coming up. We always have a good time chatting. So, thanks for being here, man.
All right. Thank you.
That's the goal. Cheers, buddy.
Bye.
Timothy and I actually been chit and chatting probably since I first got on TikTok. He's good people. He's I think he's still within Christianity, but I would say he's still trying to figure out what he believes in some spots, but he's got a good mastery of the Greek language. He's really good at that. But yeah, he's really good on the Greek. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. L-Teen, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, just a reminder to all theists, you can proclaim Christ to Justin via super chats if you're unable to be a guest. 1 Peter 3:15. Indeed, you can give witness to the testimony in your heart via super chat if you aren't willing to do it verbally. That's certainly an option. Thank you for that reminder, L-Teen. I really appreciate that. Big W. And Amir came in with 3 of them. I'm going to read these in succession. Amir says, I'll second Alton. Y'all Christians should super chat some prayers for us sinners. I agree. And Amir says, okay, that 6-7 joke was for the younger audience. It's dumb. Okay. I was worried there. I wasn't sure if I was missing the joke.
I didn't get it either, so you're fine.
'Cause I think it might have just been too obvious for me personally to work. But for a kid, I could see that. And Amir says, it's dumb. Don't worry, Amir. We love you. It says, I figured it wouldn't make sense to you. It doesn't make sense to me either. But my son and students love it when I say it. I was just making you say it for your younger fans. Well, thank you so much, Amir. I do appreciate that. And hey, thanks for being a participating member of our community, as active as you are. And Skeptic Goddess says Paul in 1 Corinthians 15 is the first to write Jesus died and rose per scripture, but the Old Testament never predicts a dying and rising Messiah. Where did Paul get this idea? It's hard to know what Paul was referring to. He says in fulfillment of scriptures, but he never points out which scriptures. I'm left to believe that Paul adopted a reading of Isaiah similar to what we have from Christians today. So the way Christians interpret Isaiah as having some sort of fulfillment in Jesus with the suffering servant, my assumption is that Paul adopted that viewpoint as well, and that's where he got the nonsense that he fulfilled scripture. But that's probably the closest we can get.
Yeah, we see that the way we see Paul often actually employing scripture, we see how fast and loose he plays with the actual meaning of the text, so that he might draw some sort of as a pesher, drawing all kinds of meaning out of like unrelated texts probably is where he's getting these esoteric ideas.
Absolutely. Yeah. Nala says, if Mary found an old lamp and the genie inside was named Ver, and then they got married, would it be Mary and the Virgin? Kind of a match. That's a fair question and a good joke. I appreciate that use of words. That was good. Thank you, Nala. And Hammond says, wasn't there a popular medieval legend that says Jesus cursed some Jew to live till he comes back? Do you know any other crazy Christian justifications? I've heard that before, and there's others, like John is still alive. Have you heard that one, Dalton? They think John is still alive somewhere?
Yeah, or Cain. Cain is another popular one. I heard some people think Cain is actually Bigfoot. I heard that one.
Yeah, it's crazy, friends. All right, I'm going to grab 3 super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Jordan, thank you for being here, says, when you ask a Christian a Boolean question and they return a string. Every time. Every Christian we've ever talked to here in programming language is a broken function that's trying to return the wrong category every single time. And Cameron, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W says, Justin, there are some streamers/scholars that debate and believe that Jesus and Paul never existed, and the same for Moses. What are your thoughts? By the way, Browns will be interesting this year. Interesting for sure. Well, I think that both Jesus and Paul were historical figures. Obviously, like when it comes to the argument of, well, you can't definitively prove that. Well, no one can definitively prove it. But if you're just making an inference from the evidence, I think we've got enough evidence to infer that they were real people, even if we don't exactly know everything they said and we don't exactly know all the details of their life. But that's true of a lot of historical figures. I don't know.
I hold that Moses was mythical, Paul definitely historical, and when it comes to Jesus, I'm 51% in favor of historicity, like 49% in favor of a specific version of the mythicist argument.
Yeah, to be sure, between Paul and Jesus, if one of them is myth, I'm going Jesus myth, Paul real. I don't think any of the
I can't buy the Paul mythicist. It requires way too much conspiracy theory.
There's a lot there. Last one from the Duke of Shastka. Thank you for the super chat. Says Jesus ascended at 99.9999875% of the speed of light according to special relativity. This creates a time dilation factor of 2000. For him, just 1 year has passed. He's coming soon. Wunderbar. We can only assume that then, according to 1 Corinthians 15, that his spiritual body has no mass, which is why he could rise all the way up the way that he did. He got his spiritual body; it's completely massless. So the principle of buoyancy took him out to like the outer edge of the stratosphere. Now he's just chilling up there, right? All right, we're going to bring Scott in from our YouTube queue. Welcome in, Scott.
Well, hey, boy, I never thought I'd get here. I have a question, and it has to do with the Son of Man discussion you're having. And I don't want to beat that dead horse, but I always get a little frustrated when we're having a Son of Man discussion, because in terms of the point of view, my view of Jesus is that he probably existed. He was a kind of a simple origin, poverty or whatever, and he didn't speak Greek other than more transactional or commercial sense. Doing business day to day, maybe you spoke a little Greek, but then you get to this theology of the Son of Man, which seems in the Gospels to be rather developed. And I'm wondering what consciousness of the Son of Man references in Daniel and like 1st or 2nd Esdras, like you talked about, some of the other literature there, what consciousness would he have had of those teachings in order to develop his own personal theology of the Son of Man, to be able to say, I'm the Son of Man, or the Son of Man will come in glory? Or was what we see in the Gospels the development of a church, or church leaders around the time of the fall of the temple, the sacking of Jerusalem, and they had to come up with some explanations about why Jesus hadn't come back, or how this fulfills prophecy, or something. Which Jesus are we talking about from the Gospels? Is it the Jesus of 20s and 30s AD, or is it a later construction after he obviously died and he had a church needing to explain world events to everybody?
I think it's a mixture of both. So I think it's hard to know where the historical Jesus ends and where the mythological Jesus begins. I think what we have in the Bible and even in church history is a mixture of both. If Jesus believed he was the Messiah, I think it's easy to believe that he depicted himself in the Enochic tradition. The Enochic tradition was really important to the community at Qumran. What we know about Jesus as the Messiah seems to mirror the expectations of the Dead Sea community. That's why even John the Baptist was so critical, and James the Just. We have this two Messiah theory that was heavy in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and even some development of a character named James the Just. And it seems to be that the construction of John the Baptist plus Jesus plus James is based on the expectation from the Dead Sea community. But we know from the Dead Sea community as well was they were really into Messiahism. They were really into the book of Enoch, and they accepted the apocryphal works as well. So
you're thinking that Jesus had some sort of association with at least a disciple of that Qumran community, to where he would be able to adopt a lot of that Son of Man language.
That's what
How did it work?
I think that's it. I think not only did he have a close association with the community, when we look at his actions, he's doing things that they would have approved of. So, for example, condemning the official Jewish leadership in Jerusalem. Well, that's why they were out at the Dead Sea to begin with. They were doing the ascetic lifestyle because they believed that the leadership in Jerusalem had been thoroughly corrupted. They were vipers in that generation. Well, Jesus believed the same thing, right? And so then what do we do? The first thing happens is we are introduced to John. Well, John is described exactly what you would expect, someone coming from the region of the Dead Sea, and he's out here baptizing people in the river, something that was really important to people in Qumran. That's why they had the mikvah literally everywhere, and you had to bathe a certain number of times on schedule, right? So when we compare the lives of Jesus and John to what we find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's just a lot of overlap there that would lead one to believe that there's some sort of connection. Whereas if you compare Jesus to what we find in like the rabbinic literature, they have a very different idea of what's happening in the real world.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. I'm just trying to, get a sense of perspective. When we talk about Jesus, are we talking about him through somebody else's eyes? And which is, I think the answer is yes. And how much can you recover? So could a preacher like Jesus have just had a simple idea of the Son of Man as being some dude who's gotten the kind of the power to speak and the power to act on behalf of God? Would he have had that simple a view of it, or should I see the more developed things as genuinely coming from his style of teaching?
So Dalton, were you going to say something?
I was just say there's a lot of things that we have Jesus saying in the Gospels, and to be honest, I mean, we can't even say definitively whether or not Jesus ever referred to himself as the Son of Man, or whether or not he spoke with such a authority. We don't know if this is something that's being put into the mouth of Jesus, or versus this is what the real historical Jesus would have believed and said about himself.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Justin. That's pretty much all I had to ask, and I appreciate you taking the time and taking my quote unquote call. I've enjoyed your deconstruction zone. I love the way you package up all of these counter apologetic remarks, the way you approach it. Do you just out of curiosity, who else do you look at as a counter apologist, and the way they package up the material? In other words, the scriptures they select, the lines of thought they select. Who do you look to and go, I want to be like that guy?
That's a good question. I don't really know, because I feel like, when I deconstructed and I started assembling a lot of my arguments, I was kind of doing it on my own. But I know there are other people that came to the same conclusion, and some of them are still believers in God. They're not all atheists. So, for example, I would point to someone like Rabbi Tovia Singer. I think we agree on most of our interpretations of the Old Testament in terms of what the expectation of the Messiah are. And there are a lot of scholars that I really enjoy. And so like I could provide, I should put it on the cheat sheet, like a list of scholars for each book of the Bible that provide really good information. But like in terms of counter apologetics, I don't know a lot of people doing it. Like I know Josh Bowen, Dr. Josh did an Atheist Guide to the Old Testament, fantastic volume, fantastic scholar. I know he was helpful for me, but I don't know necessarily if he's doing a ton of counter apologetics. But he did, and he is still doing some counter apologetics. Same thing with Dr. Kip Davis. Kip Davis is starting to do some counter apologetics, but not a ton. He's more interested in the scholarship. I think the problem we have is most Bible scholars don't want to do counter apologetics. Yeah. They just want to do Bible scholarship, right? And most of the people...
Because I want to know the straight scoop. What does the Bible actually say, and what's the best context in which to understand it? I don't want them to be counter apologists. I just want them to look at the Bible times and the texts and all the texts that we don't hear about, such as the Apocrypha and others, and tell us about it. But yeah, but as somebody who's putting together all this information, it's good to know.
Let me show you a series that you might like. It's really accessible too. I'm going to put it on the... No, you're okay. I'm going to put a commentary series on the screen here. So this is a really good commentary series that it is not theological in the slightest. This is literally just a contextual commentary series looking at the background of the Bible, of like a comparative literature, comparative religion, comparative history. And they're all written by world-class scholars. Nothing in here is like trying to toe a theological line. So this is a really good commentary if you're just like, listen, I want to see how this verse in the Bible relates to the rest of the ancient Near East, right? I love this series. Some of the authors of this series I know personally, and I can't say enough good things about them. The one for the New Testament is equally as good. This is the Old Testament series. The New Testament series, I think, is purple or blue. So purple and blue.
It's rare to get kind of a neutral, objective set of commentaries or study guides like that from Zondervan. Aren't they highly evangelical?
Zondervan used to be a little more evangelical. They're not anymore. They're doing a lot more academic stuff. Now, actually, there's a new branch of Zondervan called Zondervan Academic, where they're specifically doing academic religious publications. And so that's something to definitely keep an eye out for. But there's other good publications. Like I love the Anchor Yale Bible series, their dictionaries and their commentaries.
I read a commentary on that one.
Yep, they're really good.
Last Christmas, I was really big into Isaiah 53 and, how it doesn't really predict the Messiah.
Right.
And it gets really technical. It's a technical study.
But that's one of the things you kind of learn when you're in Bible college is you kind of get a feel for which commentaries are academic and which ones are theological. Because theological commentaries are really easy to point out because they give you an interpretation and then they start doing theology in it, where they're trying to
come up with a meta commentary series where you just kind of like have your own commentary set like in a virtual room or something, and it just unfolds the ones that you like and just shows you, this is the one, this is for your commentary set. That way you don't have these poor cash challenged people running around buying every commentary there is trying to get the straight scoop.
I've been thinking about this. I will get a tab added to the Deconstruction cheat sheet that's got the best commentaries for each book of the Bible. I would say if you want a single volume commentary, it's like something everyone can afford, that's very concise, that won't take up a lot of bookshelf space. I love
I'll send it for 66 affordable commentaries if they're really good for that particular book. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
But there's so many. There's no end to commentaries.
I know.
That's the thing with religious and theological. There's billions and billions of pages printed, and most of it's garbage or just a repeat of other people's stuff.
Yeah, like typically the rule of thumb is if you find it at Barnes and Nobles, it's not good.
Yeah. There you go. I can do that. I can follow that rule of thumb.
But I'll get a list published. We'll get one out there.
Well, listen, I've taken up too much of your time. Thank you so much for giving me some time.
Thank you so much, Scott. Great to hear from you.
Bye.
All right, have a good one.
One of my favorite books that I actually own is I have this book called The New Manners and Customs of Bible Times. Really good book. And if you're like me and you're a visual learner, it is filled to the brim with illustrations, maps, and charts. Love it.
It's so good. I've got the original and the new one. Don't be fooled. Don't get the original. The original Manners and Customs is a little dated, but the new one's really good. We've got a question from Nick. Nick, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Nick says, can you address the claim that Zephaniah 3:9 is a prophecy that was fulfilled by the emergence of modern Hebrew? Baruch Hadug. I love that. All right, let me grab.
Is that they will all speak with a pure tongue?
Let me grab that. It says, for on the stone that I have set before Joshua, on a single stone with 7 facets, I will engrave its inscription, says the Lord of hosts, and I will remove the guilt of this land in a single day. On that day, says the Lord of hosts, you shall invite each other to come under your vine and fig tree. So I think it's the single day that they're most likely pointing to. Like this, the single day must refer to Jesus's crucifixion because he died for your sins. So I see why they would make that connection, but and there's actually a serpent, right?
With modern Hebrew.
It does. I don't think it does. Did I miss something? He said.
Wait, what was the question? Yeah.
Says, can you address the claim that Zephaniah? Oh, I'm in Zechariah. Sorry, let me go to Zephaniah. I apologize.
I was so confused.
Zephaniah 3:9. He says, the claim that Zephaniah 3:9 is a prophecy that was fulfilled by the emergence of modern Hebrew. That makes more sense. That was my bad. I apologize, friends.
Yep, this is what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Very good. At that time, I will change the speech of the peoples to a pure speech, that all of them may call on the name of the Lord and serve him with one accord. I can't imagine that this is talking about the actual language because the Hebrew language is anything but pure.
And in what world is modern Hebrew considered a pure speech? There are tons of dirty words I've learned in Hebrew. Okay, so it's and Hebrew. I mean, do you know what the Hebrew word for telephone is? The modern Hebrew word for telephone?
No.
It's telephone. Okay, so I don't know if there's anything super pure about that.
And the other thing I would too, whenever people bring these isolated verses, just look one verse before, one verse after, see what it says, right? Well, it couldn't be fulfilled because the verse before says, wait for me, says the Lord, for the day when I arise as a witness, for my decision is to gather the nations and to assemble kingdoms, right? So when he gives people the pure speech, his people are no longer going to be scattered. It says, from beyond the rivers of Cush, my suppliants, my scattered ones shall bring my offering, right? So he's talking about bringing actual sacrifices and offerings, and he's going to take the remnant of Israel and return them to the land, right? So we would imagine that all of that needs to come true before you can say the one part is true about the Hebrew language. Also, keep in mind that the Hebrew never like officially went away. Like it never died. Like the Hebrew people always were speaking Hebrew, even though it had some morphological changes over the years. But certainly it didn't, like they didn't dispense of it. Let me grab just a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest. Nikki says, walking my dogs in downtown Augusta, past a street preacher with signs saying, come to the Lord, and the little boy handed me a pamphlet. I just wanted to cry. Well, Nikki, thank you for the $20 super chat. And that would make me sad too, that these little children are being indoctrinated to do street preaching now. I mean, the good news is most of these children that grow up like that become atheists later in life. So, I mean, statistically speaking, he'll be okay. He'll be okay. And last one from Duke. Thank you so much, Duke. Says, it was a bug. Someone forgot to code in the firmament, which was supposed to arrest JC's near light speed ascension and sent him back in an event Newton referred to as a bounce. Yeah, the physics of Jesus ascending but not floating in outer space, there's some questions there.
Probably the most badass version of the ascension I ever saw was in this movie called Risen. I saw when I was younger, and in that it shows you the ascension of Jesus, and instead of him just like kind of gently floating to the sky or whatever, there's like this beam of light and this giant like explosion. He goes and just goes straight into the sky. It also kind of makes you wonder if Christians don't think that heaven is literally in the sky above us. Why does Jesus need to ascend to get there?
Right, yeah. Everything we know about heaven in the Bible would lead us to believe that it's just above your head in the skies. There's references about birds flying through the heavens. The tower was built to reach the top of the heavens. The firmament is just on the upper portion of the heavens. It says that there was no one like God among the clouds. Yeah, because God just lives up in the clouds, man. Like, I don't know what else, what. It's just clear as day.
I know that the whole idea of the sky daddy thing is often Christians like to think that that's not us taking it seriously, but no, if we take the Bible plainly for what it says, that is accurate. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's weird that they're offended by it, but it's just true based on the words. Welcome in, Fleece.
Hello.
Fleece, are you at least 18? Whoa, you're right there.
Oh.
Fleece?
Welcome back, Fleece.
Fleece, your audio connection seems pretty poor right now. Are you connected to Wi-Fi?
Yeah. Is it good?
Well, we'll find out. So, Fleece, are you at least 18, and do you believe that Jesus is coming back?
Yeah, I believe that Jesus Christ is coming back.
All right. And when do you think he's coming back?
I believe he should be coming back probably no more than 100 years.
Okay, so you think he's coming back within 100 years. And why do you believe that?
I believe that because I don't see the world keep going on much longer. It says in the Bible that technology will expand all over the earth. So we already seen that technology is all over the world.
Can you show me that passage?
Yeah. Gotta give me a second though.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he's gonna pull up the knowledge shall increase.
I think that's what he means. As far as I know, the word technology doesn't show up in the Bible.
No, I think it's knowledge. I think it's knowledge.
Yeah, knowledge is going to increase. We agree. Like, is there going to be a time where knowledge doesn't increase?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like we already have it at hand, basically with our smartphones or phones or the computers that we have nowadays. Basically talking about like now we have knowledge at hand. Like we don't have to take it like back then.
Does Daniel ever say that the knowledge increase would be like exponential?
It basically just means that knowledge will increase. It's going to be all worldwide, right? So back then, I'm pretty sure it wasn't like that.
It just says people will go to and fro and knowledge will increase.
Yeah.
It doesn't say it'll be worldwide.
Sounds like libraries to me. In fact, if you're going to and fro and to increase knowledge, it sounds like they're referring to the setup of libraries, which I would expect if Daniel 12 was written in the middle of the second century when the Greeks were in charge and were incredibly interested in setting up libraries.
Why are we talking about libraries? I'm talking about like knowledge all over the world. I'm talking about end-time prophecies.
But it doesn't say all over the world.
Right.
Phones.
Like I think you are greatly maximizing what the text is actually saying. All the text says is that people will go to and fro, and knowledge shall increase.
The thing is, I don't see the world getting more futuristic than this. Like, I don't know how people see this.
But futuristic has nothing to do with the passage.
What I'm trying to say is basically, I see the Bible as how it say it. Like, I think the mindset that some people have, like, they see the world going like for like 1,000,000 years. I see the world, hey man, we're already there. So what I'm trying to say is basically, to me, seeing all this technology, like basically at your hand, basically saying like it's end-time prophecies from the Bible.
Right, but the Bible didn't say that. That's why I keep trying to point out. Daniel 12:4 didn't say
I'm talking about
anything
knowledge.
about technology. It says, "You, Daniel, keep the word secret and the book sealed until the time of the end. Many shall be running back and forth, and evil shall increase." Actually, this is really interesting. My translation says evil will increase.
That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Safari, yeah.
Let me ask you this: do you expect people to do like their homework when they come here, or is
I
this
mean,
like a freestyle? Is this like a freestyle type of discussion?
It's a freestyle discussion, but if you don't do your homework, you're likely to not perform well.
Nah, because I got recommended this YouTube channel that was telling me like, oh, the whole point of the guy is to kind of prove you like as much wrong as possible.
Yeah, can you prove me wrong?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is like, I don't know, like it feels like doesn't feel too freestylish. I feel like I gotta bring like I don't know, I gotta bring you like God Himself from heaven.
No,
I mean,
we're
if
just
you're gonna
asking.
make a claim about what the Bible says, we just ask that you provide us like the citation.
Yeah, like
All
if I
right.
told you the Bible said something, I'm just going to tell you where in the Bible it said it. Like I'm not going to. It shouldn't be a burden.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say, the thing is to me, what do you think about the Baphomet and the satanic like people that exist? You think that's nothing?
Yeah, it's nothing. They're just making fun of Christians.
They're just making fun of
Yeah,
Christians. You think that has no no spirituality behind it? You don't believe like in spirituality? You don't believe in the spiritual world?
You know they're atheists, right? The Satanic Temple. Like they don't
Atheists
actually
kind of
believe in
believe
it.
in themselves. They believe in
No.
themselves.
So well, that's nice and inspirational and all,
That's
but
not
no,
nice because you
the
need kind
Satanic.
of like something to guide you. Because if you go on this like anti-love like freaking do as thy will, it's like that's not a good mentality to have.
Okay, now you're okay. So you're sort of you've mentioned Baphomet, and now you mentioned Anton LaVey. That's a whole different. Those are two different organizations.
Well, they still
I have
work
to
under
say
one source, right? They still work under one source, right?
no.
No. So what God what is the Illuminati and what is the Satanic movement? What is all they worshiping? They worship their different
The Illuminati.
corporation gods.
The
They're corporation gods or something.
The Illuminati was a medieval organization of scientists that doesn't exist anymore. As for the Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple, while they are both under the category of Satanists or Satanism, they are two different organizations that have different like texts, different creeds, and neither of them believe in a literal Satan.
So they don't worship Lucifer. Freemasons don't worship they don't worship Lucifer.
No.
Well, now you mentioned the Freemasons, which is yet another organization that's unconnected to the Church of Satan or the Satanic Temple.
So the host, you said that they don't worship Lucifer. I got that from a very trustable pastor that they told me that the Freemasons they worship Lucifer.
Is your pastor a Freemason?
I don't think so.
You know, you can just buy the Freemason handbook. Like those exist on eBay, right? Like ex-Freemasons to sell them off.
Well, the thing is, who really wants to study that boring stuff?
Yeah, I know. Who wants to read?
The thing is,
knowledge,
what I'm trying to say is, if you don't know these things, you're not gonna reach the spiritual side of it, and that's how it's.
I just know that you're saying things that are untrue.
Yeah. By the way, this knowledge shall increase. I'm not seeing that fulfilled right here in this moment.
I think the opposite of that's happening.
What I'm trying to say is basically, you don't see people getting killed by drones. You don't see people getting killed by these little drones. Like that's what I'm trying to say.
That's technology,
like,
not knowledge.
We're so easy to
keep in mind.
self-destruct.
Drones are not knowledge. Drones are not knowledge.
Well, where did the drones come from? Just sticking stones, nigga? Come on, bro.
Drones are not. First of all, don't use that word on my live stream. Second of all, drones are not knowledge. They're technology.
They're made out of knowledge. They're not made out of sticking
They're not.
stones,
You can't
bro.
make.
They're
You can't
made
make
out of metal.
Come on,
anything out of knowledge. And he ran. I think he was a troll. I think he's trolling.
Wow, that was full blown. First off, don't learn from your pastor anything about the Freemasons unless your pastor happens to be a member of the Freemasons, which, by the way, there are plenty of Christians who are members of the Freemasons. So,
yep. And you can go on archive.org and find yourself a free copy of the manual, the Freemasons Manual, a companion for the initiated. Through all the degrees of Freemasonry. Like, you don't have to wonder what's in the secret society. You can just open a book and read it. It is 300 and something pages. I get that, but you'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Yeah. It seems that he was taking a bunch of different groups and sort of coalescing them into a single shadow entity and a big bad guy group. Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for Jewish space lasers to come out, and I'm a little bit shocked that it didn't. Oh well. Good question. Thank you for the 1666. Says Justin, you say Isaiah 53 is about corporal Israel. I didn't say that. It's about the remnant of Israel, the righteous remnant, right? Couldn't it be a template for a call for righteous martyrdom for freedom fighters? I don't know. I mean, you certainly have people in the intertestamental period that interpreted Isaiah 53 as being about anyone who does the will of God because he punishes those who he loves. You'll find different interpretations even in the Talmud about what Isaiah 53 is referring to. But like one of the earliest interpretations of the passage is simply that it's referring to corporate or the righteous remnant of Israel. In fact, I'll give you an example right now. Hold on. There's a really good example in the Wisdom of Solomon, maybe chapter 7 or 8. Let me find it. Bum, 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 bum. If you have the Apocrypha with you in your Bible, first of all, if you have a Bible that doesn't include the Apocrypha, what are you doing with your life? Get the thing out of here, throw the thing away, and go buy a Bible that contains the Apocrypha. Okay, and I
bought this copy of the NRSV UE, and I was so pissed when I found out that it was just the 66 books. Luckily, I have Catholic Bible, so I have a few apocryphal texts.
Oh yeah, you've got to. You've got to. All right, give me 1 second. I've got the passage that I'm looking for coming up. I apologize for the delay. It's not on the top of my head. Oh no, sorry. My bad. It's not in the Wisdom of Solomon. I was looking at the wrong text. I need the Psalms of Solomon, the apocryphal Psalms of Solomon. And specifically, I want verses 17, 21 through 22, which you should be able to find the apocryphal songs of Solomon on the internet pretty widely available. They date to about the 1st century BCE. Let me grab that.
Chapter 17?
17, indeed.
That's so weird. I typed in Psalm of Solomon, and the first one, it says Psalm of Solomon 17. What verses?
21, I believe. It's in the Jewish it's in the Charles Worth's volume, the Jewish pseudepigrapha.
See, O Lord, and raise up for them their king, the son of David, at the time known only to you, O God, that he may reign over Israel, your servant.
Yes. So in 1721, let's see if I can make this text bigger somehow. There we go. 1721 says, "See, Lord, and raise up for them their king, the son of David, to rule over Israel, your servant." So as early as the 1st century BCE, we still have this nomenclature of the servant being Israel. Like the servant of Yahweh is Israel, right? It's just like a ubiquitous idea within Judaism, right? And then we even find in the writings of Origen, when Origen is in disputation with Celsus replies that the interpretation of Isaiah 53 is the nation of Israel. This would have been in the middle of the 2nd century when this was happening, or closer to the end of the 2nd century when Celsus was fighting with Origen. So like there's definitely some ancient interpretations of Isaiah 53 and the nation of Israel being God's servant that we can point out to within history. Smack says maybe a 6-7 is coming after 4. Oh, sick. It's supposed to be sick, not 6-7. Is that what the joke is? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Bertram, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Bertram. I really appreciate that. And from Ben Chef. Benfield Chef. Thank you so much, Benfield Chef, for the additional galaxy. Big W, friend. I really appreciate that. Mr. Hyrio says, one for my Irish American brothers and sisters. What's Irish and stays out all night? Patio furniture. Keep on cooking, J-Dog, Rock Dog. That's good. I do appreciate that one. That was a good joke. I think we can all coalesce around. And last one from our friend, Retired Bomb Tech. Thank you so much, Retired Bomb Tech, for the $20 super chat. That's a huge W. It says, awesome to listen on a Saturday. Been trying to catch up. Question for a co-host. That's you, my man. He says, do you have a channel as well? How can I listen to your content? I don't get to hear from others who used to be Catholic.
Well, I only have one video on my channel right now, and it's silly, but I do plan on making more content in the future. I plan on doing a video on why, my next video, why we don't think that the book of Daniel was written by the historical Daniel.
That's going to be fantastic. I've been meaning to do a collab with Dr. Josh and kind of cook the book of Daniel, and then I'm trying to get on with John J. Collins to talk about.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Oh, dude, he's the man, and I need to make it happen. So, he's not a spring chicken anymore, so I need to do it sooner than later. But I'm going to try to get that knocked out. Let me grab Kenneth.
He's the
from
Daniel guy, 100%.
He is. If you look at any study Bible or any critical commentary on the Old Testament, he's the guy that they want to do Daniel. He's the go-to guy. Unless you're like super evangelical, hardcore Christian, then you might do like Tremper Longman III. But
you need to go on YouTube and check out the Yale Bible Study, because there's lots of videos of John J. Collins and Joel Baden like teaming up to talk about the book of Isaiah. It's really good.
Yes. Joel Baden's amazing. How you doing, Kenneth? Kenneth? Hello? But
he fell asleep waiting for Jesus.
That's what it is. We all feel it, Kenneth. We've all been there.
Dude, that he should have listened to the parable of the, don't fall asleep, stay awake.
Yes. In fact, I think there's punishments for those who fall asleep. Let's get our friend Mr. Morpheus in here. Mr. Morpheus in our YouTube queue. How you doing, Morpheus?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Not too much. How you doing, bud?
How's everything? Everything good?
We're good. We're moving along.
All right. I wanted to say this, right? The show, the title, Jesus Not Coming Back, right? I think that the $64,000 question is not really do Christians think he's coming back, but the $64,000 question, Justice, is why is he coming back? Because if you think he's coming back, that implies that he didn't do something, right? He didn't
There's
finish
stuff
something,
left.
or something's not complete.
Right.
Am I correct?
Sure, yeah.
Well, if that's so, that's exactly what we've been saying all the time, that he didn't fulfill some prophecies. So if he's coming back, that means he's coming back to do something that he didn't do the first time.
Right. And if you look at the book of Revelation and you read it carefully, a lot of the stuff in the book of Revelation that they depict Jesus doing is the stuff from the Old Testament that they wanted the Messiah to do, but he didn't do.
Right. Which is so if they admit that he's coming back, then by default, that's saying that he didn't do something. That's why you have to come back for. Which is what
right.
the Jews been saying. This is what we've been saying for the longest when we say he didn't fulfill prophecies, right? So if he's coming back, what is he coming back for? That's
right.
For me, that's really the question that they have to answer, right? A, you believe he's coming back, and B, what is he coming back for?
Right.
Would you agree?
Precisely, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm waiting for somebody to come on, some of the Christians to come on to address that, to have that discussion of what is he coming back for.
They're too scared. They're too scared.
Yeah,
They're not
man,
requesting up today.
yeah, where you guys at? I'm like, come on, we sitting here, we you know, and I'm glad you got a new topic to talk about. So I'm like, okay, cool, that spruces it up. So now we're doing different specific topics. This is a good topic. What is he? You know, he's coming back. Yeah.
He's supposed to
For
be coming
what?
back this
Like, what is
month.
he?
Morpheus,
Yeah, I heard
this month
somebody
he's
say he's
coming
coming
back,
back.
man.
Yeah, like, all right. So what is he coming back for? Like, to do what? To do what he didn't do the first time?
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if he's coming back, if he's coming back, what did he do? Obviously the preterists would say, well, he came back and judged Jerusalem in 70 AD, but that, first of all, that wasn't in the Bible. No one predicted that would happen. And all the descriptions of his second coming appear to be judging the entire world, not a single people group.
Yeah. So here we are, 2,000 years, right? Everybody's waiting 2,000 years. He's coming back soon. Okay. Soon as what? Yeah, I've heard, and it's funny, I've heard the arguments that 1 day is like 1,000 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Did you see what I emailed you on that?
Not yet.
Oh boy, I got it the other day.
I haven't checked my email in a couple of days.
Yeah, let me give it real quick, right? Now let you go, right? If that's true, or the statement that 1 day unto the Lord is like 1,000 years, right? To us, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what that is? What's that saying? That's admitting that wherever God is, He has days. It's just a different ratio to us, but nonetheless, He has days, right?
That's a fair point. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah. So what constitutes a day, right? How do we constitute a day, right? What constitutes a day?
It also means
in order to have a day, you got to have a sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to have a rotation of a planet, right? That's what constitutes a day.
Yeah, it also means that Adam and Eve lived for like 292 million years.
But watch this. So wherever Yahweh is, He has days. So he's subject to time, right? Because He got days. They're just different to us. The ratio is different. It's like in dog years, what, 7 years, 7 years
mm-hmm.
to hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then wherever Yahweh is, based on Peter, right? Based on Peter, He still has days. It's just different to us, but He's still got days.
Certainly, yeah.
Am I
Definitely
right?
agreed. Yeah.
That's something to talk about one day, right? But nonetheless, I'll leave room for some Christian to please come up so we can have the conversation about the title, guys. Let's stay with the title. He's not coming back. But if you think He's coming back, please come on and say, why is He coming back? I want to know, why is He coming back? To do what?
Yeah, I want to know what is He going to do when He comes back. I don't think they're going to tell us, though, because they haven't read the book.
Yeah, but if He's coming, like that's why I said, if He's coming back, that means He didn't do something the first time, right? If I'm coming back, that means there's something I didn't do the first time,
mm-hmm.
and for me to come back is to complete what I didn't do. So therefore, if He didn't do it, this is exactly what we've been saying for the longest.
But I think Christians will rightly point out, not rightly, but I think they're just going to point out that the Old Testament predicted 2 advents, the first advent and the second advent, right? And so like that, they're okay admitting that He didn't do a whole lot of anything the first time He came, right? But they point to the Old Testament and say, well, He wasn't supposed to do anything the first time He came. Obviously, that's when we have to dig our heels in and say, well, yeah, the Old Testament says nothing about 2 comings.
Right. Exactly. And the other thing that the Old Testament doesn't say, which is to me the most important, which is the foundation of Christianity, right? Just
mm-hmm.
like I said in 1 Corinthians 15, Paul makes a statement that is written in the scriptures that He would be dead and rise on the 3rd day. Right? But however, that's absent from any scripture. Like, what scripture are you talking about?
He failed to mention the scripture. Yeah, because it doesn't exist. Yeah.
It's non-existent.
Right.
Right. But the key is, who is he writing to? The key is, if he's writing to Corinth, these people don't know the Torah. They don't know that. No, it's not. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So because these people are foreign to the Torah, they would not know that there is no scripture that says that. That's
Right.
the
They
key. Right?
can't
Is
check them
who
on
is
it.
he writing the letter to?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. So the key is, like I say, is who is he write? Who is a letter addressed to?
Mm-hmm. A bunch of people who don't know
Because
any
the
better.
people that he's talking to have no knowledge of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, other words, they can't fact check. To sum it up, they can't fact check because they have no knowledge of the Torah.
Right.
Right? All right, I'll let you go, man. Somebody come up, man. I'm laying here, man, in the hospital. I'm listening. I'm laying in the bed. I want to hear something. Come on.
Thanks for joining, Mr. Morpheus. Good to hear from you.
All right, bro.
Cheers, buddy.
You know, Justin, if all that's required to have an individual be the Messiah is that they just fulfill everything in the second coming, then the Mashiachists in Hasidism are, have just as much of a likelihood of their Messiah, that Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, being the Messiah, because they believe he's going to have a second coming too.
Yeah, there's a bunch of messiahs. Like, if the only thing you ever did was get killed by the Romans, and then you're gonna do the rest when you come back, well, shit, that's easy. There's a lot of people that can qualify for that. Simon Bar Kokhba could easily qualify as a messiah with two different comings, if that's your interpretation. He was actually a prince over the Israelites for 3.5 years. His face and name, or his name, is on coins as the Prince of Israel. And then he was killed by the Romans under Hadrian. So, like, sure, when the second coming happens, obviously it's going to be Simon Bar Kokhba. Anyways, let me grab one super chat. We'll get our next guest in here. For SETI, thank you so much for the 50MX. Says, ask ChatGTP, origin of the TikTok trend 6-7. It makes no sense for us old pals. We're just old mummies from a generation too far gone. You might be right, Forseti. You actually might be right. Some jokes are for the youngins, and that's okay. We can let them have their jokes. All right, we're going to get our next guest in here. It looks like Gordon. How you doing, Gordon?
Hello.
Gordon, are you at least 18, and do you believe that Jesus is coming back?
Yeah, I'm at least 18. I would like to say, what? I don't know, like, you got like coon ways, man. Like, what is it with that?
I didn't hear what I heard. Corn waves.
No, you got like this little coon like ways. I don't know, like you coon to the Scientology stuff, right?
A coon wave? What's a coon wave?
Coon ways. You got coon ways.
I don't know what that means.
COON.
What do you think a coon is?
A coon is basically like, you be fighting hard for this little Scientology ideology or whatever.
I'm not a Scientologist.
Scientology. Yeah,
Are you lost?
I don't
you
know.
confused?
Like, I feel like nah. It's just these questions. They're a little like too much on that side. They're not like
on what side?
Are you
too much? Like, I don't know. Like too like Manhattan. It's not like the third world.
Manhattan.
Like the third world kind of thinks.
I live in the Midwest.
Here.
Gordon, are you confusing Scientology with science?
I suspect so.
Oh, like, it's basically saying like their Scientology stuff is basically saying like you're not in this like third world like thinking.
Why would I think like the third world? I'm not in the third world.
The thing is, like, third world people, they think a little more different than
I'm sure they do. The question at hand is whether or not you think Jesus is coming back. Do you think Jesus is coming back?
He probably is.
So you don't know then?
Nah, I just call here to say you got coon ways, man. I don't know.
That doesn't mean anything to us. Where I come from, the word coon is a derogatory term for people that aren't white. You're clearly in the wrong place. You can go find somebody else to take that rhetoric to. Kiwi Wolf, thank you for the super chat. Says, all praise Doug, enjoying my favorite cooking channel from here in New Zealand. Well, big W over to New Zealand, and hopefully we can get somebody on the line that we can actually have some robust discussion with. Welcome in, Gigi. Gigi? 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 Hello? Gigi, are you not with us? Okay. Well, Gigi's confused or their equipment doesn't work. So we're going to remove Gigi. Gigi, if you want to come back, you're welcome to come back. Not a lot of people on TikTok wanting to debate, probably because it's so early. It's only 6:49. We started at 4 p.m. Slow day. Usually there's people banging at the door. Might be an algorithm change or the fact that we got our live stream reprimanded earlier.
Obviously, they're doomsday prepping for the second coming, Justin.
I forgot about that. Jesus is coming back this month. We got to get ready. Like, we got to get shit together. Well, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll see in the meantime if anybody gets into the conversation while we're doing that. Amir says, what BS trolls for real? The end times are in 2 weeks, and I bet the caller will go to work on Monday. Actually, that's a fair point. These people who believe that the end times are near, it's crazy that they haven't quit their job yet. Back in when it was the world was going to end in 2012, I knew a guy that literally did that, quit his job and started preparing for the end of the world because he was a true believer.
That's wild.
Yeah, he was a wild dude. Great guy. That's what broke my heart. Is he was such a nice guy. I'm like, oh, don't do this.
I was still in high school on the very day of December 12th, 2012, and we were all sitting in the auditorium watching the movie 2012. That's what we were doing that day.
There was the second coming was supposed to happen also on Y2K, year 2000, didn't happen. So many conspiracy theories. In fact, even the Left Behind series tapped into this Y2K madness.
Well, there was a pastor who wrote a book in 1986 called 86 Reasons Why Jesus is Returning in 1986. And then when it didn't happen, the following year he released another book called 87 Reasons Why the Lord Will Come, Jesus Come Back in 1987.
And people still gave him their money. It's crazy that they do this to themselves. Nightman says, if Jesus' teachings do nothing but so confusing, then he isn't a good teacher. I agree. If Jesus' teachings aren't clear and it causes people to fight for 2,000 years, then he has no idea what he's doing. Like an all-knowing deity should be able to communicate effectively. And Cameron says, also, please ask the Bible guy why he doesn't do the live with Ashland anymore. I don't think he's live streaming at all right now, is he?
Yeah, I haven't live streamed since December of last year. I took a year-long break, and I'm just now kind of getting back into the swing of things.
Yeah, but we're glad you're back. We really are glad you're back. Gene X Christian, great to see you, my friend, says the only thing actually eternal from the Bible is the belief Jesus is coming soon. Nailed it. Yeah, the only thing that lasted from the Bible is the rhetoric. The promises did not. Calico says, spent 45 minutes on the phone with my mom this week listening to how the rapture is coming any day now. Conflict in the me, and she's totally going. I don't know what in the me means. Is ME an abbreviation for something?
God, I feel like I'm so out of the loop all the time. Let's see. ME abbreviation meeting.
Oh, Middle East.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
So conflict in the Middle East is a sign of the end times.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Can you think of a time period where there wasn't conflict? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When it's just me, says, cook 'em up, Justin. Rock hard for Doug. Yes. Rock hard for Doug indeed. Shale, Doug, and Sharon Stone. Simply wet for Sharon. Jay, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, when 19 fought 20, 21. Then 23 stepped in and fought 22. When he got pummeled, he wondered what 20 He wondered what he fought 20 for. That's actually a really good number joke. I do appreciate that. This is akin to like who's on first, what's on second. I did appreciate that number joke. I like that one. Thank you for that one, Jay. That was a good a pleasing aroma to my joke nose. And Tim says post-rapture pet care insurance. Yes. Get your post-rapture pet care insurance lined up. My team of dedicated sinners will be left to take care of your pet. Low monthly fees, $50 for a cat, $100 for a dog. Act now. And if you call now within the first 15 minutes, I'm sure you can make 5 easy payments of $19.99 and add another cat for just an additional couple dollars. Steven
It would be
says,
so easy.
Oh my gosh, could you? I bet there is.
If I wasn't a moral person,
I guarantee there are people who would do this in real life, for real. Stephen says, why does the God who created an entire universe involve himself in the Bronze Age disputes between primitive tribes assessed by punishment and death? So not only is this a good question, Stephen, but it leads to the next question is, why would God be intimately involved in the dealings of the Bronze Age? And then immediately once we get like cameras and recording equipment, fuck off. That's crazy. That like he should show up when we have the technology to demonstrate his actual existence. Good question says, if knowledge will bring the second coming, the church wants to delay it, i.e. Dark Ages, Sunday school, flat earth. Actually, fair point. Like the church has been doing everything they can to delay the second coming. If the second coming is kind of somehow tied to the spread of knowledge. And Helping Mega Deconstruct says, I have on good authority that the space lasers are real. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Austin Powers, and Spies Like Us are all legit sources. May Dr. praise Doug. I'll never understand how MGT got elected. It's baffling that somebody like her is in office. It's painful, actually. And Elton says, Tremper Longman III was one of my New Testament teachers in college. Eccentric as fuck. He is, actually. Also, did I hear right that a verse translation reads knowledge or evil? Yes. Daniel 12:4. Some Bibles say knowledge, some Bibles say evil. There's certainly some stuff that we can dig into there. And last one for now from our friend Narcissa. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. Huge W, my friend. Big W says, hello. Can't thinking of anything to say. Well, don't worry, Narcissa. We love you anyways. Thank you for being here. And thank you for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that, friend. All right, let me grab, I think QQ came back. Let's see if Gigi came back. Let's see if the audio is working this time.
Am I here?
You are here, yes. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm friendly, quick. I've got your new favorite joke. How do you circumcise a whale?
Oh, geez. I don't know. Tell me.
You send down 4 skin divers.
Oh, geez.
That is the greatest Old Testament joke ever.
Hold on. Where's my soundboard? I think I have a sound for this. Yes. Actually, I like that joke. I do like that joke.
I would have sent it in super chat, but it's better to hear it. So
I appreciate that.
I'll be happy to bail, but for your audience, if they don't, since it's Jesus coming back, my best friend's a Seventh-day Adventist. So can I have 2 minutes to tell him about how crazy the starting of the Seventh-day Adventist is, or do you just want me to leave? I'll be happy to leave.
No, you know what? We don't have anyone pounding at the door to get in. So give us a little rendition for those who don't know. The SDA it's pretty wild. Go ahead and give us your rendition.
So there was a Millerite movement back in the mid 1800s. So around the 1850s, this guy did all the calculations, and Jesus is coming back. And one of the signs was the stars was falling from the sides, and the Leonids meteor shower happened to have a really good event, so they were sure it was that. So they sold all their stuff, gathered in a field, didn't come. So they did the calculations again. Oops, they were wrong. It's next year. So they did it again. Next year they came back. They're all waiting in the field again. Oops, didn't happen again. Okay, so it was a spiritual fulfillment. So it just started the end times. So they're a big or a somewhat big denomination now, but that's how they started with Jesus coming back. So that's
Yeah,
it. Feel free to add your own.
there's quite a few splinters that started with Jesus' second coming. And it's baffling to me that after Jesus doesn't come, that the religion doesn't go anywhere.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's crazy. Yeah. And we do have another joke.
I'm sorry.
Coming in, says in Yoda voice, why afraid of 6 was 5? Because 6, 7, 8. I like that. That's the 6, 7, 8 joke in Yoda voice. I appreciate that, Kevin. Thank you. But yeah, you know what? I'm trying to line up interviews with people who left some of these crazy cults. And hopefully we'll be able to get some good interview content coming out. One that I really love is the documentary done on the Strong City cult. There's a documentary on a cult called Strong City. It was led by a guy named Wayne Bent, who changed his name to Michael Traverser. And somewhere on the internet, I'll have to find it and put it on the cheat sheet. There's a video of the time period where they claimed the end of the world was going to come and then it didn't come. And it was actually recorded. And they immediately went into apologetics of like, well, it happened, but like the only thing that changed was like in the air. Like the powers of the air changed. All right, let me find it. I think I got it. Hold on.
You know, Justin, I was between my time between Christianity and Judaism, I was a member of the Hebrew Roots movement.
Oh, I think you mentioned that. Yeah, the Hebrew Roots is wild. My aunt is kind of in the Hebrew Roots movement. I find it, to me, typical Hebrew Roots movement are, I feel like it's almost akin to like, it's cultural appropriation at best. Like it's just the way that they do it it's painful to watch. I did find the snippet though. I don't know if I can show it because I suspect that I'm going to get demonetized, but I'm going to give you guys the documentary to search. Look for The End of the World Cult by Real Women's Real Story channel. They've got it listed. And near the end of it, like the 43, 44 minute mark, it shows what goes through the mind of these demented people when they think that the end of the world is coming, but it doesn't actually come. They go immediately into goofy apologetics, you know? It's really fun. We've got one guest waiting to get in. Looks like Chris wants to discuss. We'll get Chris into the discussion here.
Real quick, hey, Justin, there was this rabbi who performed this bris, and the parents said to him, "How much do we owe you?" And he said, "No, I'm good. I'll keep the tip."
Dude,
Okay, that's pretty good.
Just the tip circumcision joke is off the charts amazing. This is what we need. This is what we need.
I have another
Chris,
one
welcome
for you
in.
here. All right, so how come a Jewish woman will not date an uncircumcised man?
How come a Jewish woman won't date an uncircumcised man? I can tell you the real reason, but I suspect that this is a joke, so tell me the joke.
It's because a Jewish woman won't touch anything unless it's at least 10% off.
Oh. Oof. Listen, I'm laughing inside, but you gotta, that's a pejorative joke about Jewish women. I don't know if you should be telling that unless you're Jewish.
You know.
I mean, if somebody said that in front of a rabbi, they would probably laugh. I get that, but just a word of caution: be careful. That could be a pretty negative stereotype on Jewish women.
I gotcha.
Thank you, though. Thank you. We appreciate the joke.
All right, so quick question for you: why do you think Jesus isn't coming back?
Because he claimed that he was coming back very soon, and I think very soon means like in the immediate future, and then he didn't come back, which means either what they wrote about him wasn't true, or he was confused about when he was coming back.
Okay. So in the Bible, I could look up verses if you need me to, but it talks about that no man knows the hour or the day. So we don't know when it's going to happen. But we also know that the Bible says, let God be true and every man a liar. So if God was lying about that, then he wouldn't have any credibility for anything else. But we know Jesus to be trustworthy.
He's not, though. Jesus is anything but trustworthy.
So, are you a Christian then? Or are you an atheist? What are you?
I mean, I'm an atheist, but you don't have to be an atheist to come to this conclusion. So we could just read the words of Jesus and demonstrate that they clearly did not come true if you want.
Okay.
Sure. I'm going to pull up Matthew 10:23, 16, 27, and 24 as well. And Jesus says here, when he sends his disciples out to the villages, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes, which is a reference to Daniel chapter 7, when the one like the Son of Man comes on the clouds. So he tells his own disciples that it's happening within their lifetime. And then he doubled down in Matthew 16. So the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
So you're saying that generation, meaning the last generation, will not pass away, correct?
No, well, I mean, I do believe that's the case, but what I'm saying is in Matthew 16, he's saying that even the people standing in front of him, some of them will be alive when the second coming happens.
Okay. So
right?
You've heard the book of Revelation, like you've read into that, right?
Sure, yeah. In fact, the Revelation in chapter 22, Jesus says on like 2 or 3 different occasions that he's coming very, very soon.
The very beginning of the book begins with that this is the revelation of Jesus Christ concerning the things which must soon come to pass.
Yeah, verse 3.
Okay. So I have a couple of Bible verses. Let me pull them up. I'm on my computer here. Actually, on my phone for this. So the first one is...
This is my jam. I was obsessed with Revelation when I was a teenager.
Yeah, I love it. It's a really good book. But this is out of the King James. This is just the oldest translation we have, so it's probably closest to the original.
It's certainly not the oldest translation in English. There are at least 4 different translations that preceded it. The King James is just an update of the Bishop's Bible. I've got a Geneva Bible that predates the King James by like 65 years.
Okay, well, this is the oldest one that I have on hand, at least. That's why I'm reading out of it.
Sure.
But this says 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 9. And it says, the Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men count slackness, but is long-suffering toward us, not willing that any should perish, but all that should come to repentance. And then another one says that the gospel has to be preached.
The reason for this is because, as most scholars will tell you, 2 Peter was probably written in the early 2nd century. This is, in most likelihood, this is this author's attempt at coping with the fact that at this point in history, Jesus has not yet returned.
Sorry, I'm just pulling up that other verse.
Yeah, the verse was in 1 Peter, did you say?
It is 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 9.
That's what I had on the board. It didn't look anything like what you were saying.
This is off of
Also, I don't know if you're using like a speakerphone, but if you could turn down your speakers, that would be helpful. It's backfeeding into your microphone.
Right. Is that better?
Let's see. Maybe?
Okay.
Your mic is just like super hot.
I don't get that. But there's that one, and there's also another few Bible verses. Here it's Matthew 24:14, Mark 13:10, and Acts 1:8, and Revelation 14:6.
Well, Matthew 24 is a good place to start because he tells you in Matthew 24 when he's coming back. If you go down to 29 through 34, it says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now, he says all these things are going to happen. And when are they going to happen? He says, from the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and put forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all of these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. So he's saying that the generation currently living is going to be alive when the signs happen.
I take that to mean the very last generation, like the last generation of people. They will see those signs.
Well, no. Jesus says after you see these things, and these things that he's been talking about up until this point in the chapter is the destruction of the second temple.
Yeah, he's telling his disciples that his disciples are going to see these things. You is referring to his audience, not me and you.
Okay. Well, let's see.
Remember, he's answering the question that was asked of him.
I can give you a reason as to why God has not come back yet, why Jesus has not come back yet, if you'd like me to.
I can give you a reason as well.
Okay. Well, I am a Christian. I'm going to seminary right now. I'm only a second year, so that doesn't count for much or nothing. But I'm still learning too. I'm only 19, so.
What classes have you taken?
Right now, Christian Doctrine 2. So I will eventually learn about eschatology, but that's later on this.
Are you Mormon?
No. Baptist mainly. We're
How are you 19 in seminary already?
I graduated at 18, and I moved 2 state lines to Texas to go to seminary.
But seminary is a graduate degree. You have to already finish your bachelor's degree.
It's a theological school, so I'm getting a 4-year degree, and then after that, I'll keep going on from there.
Right, so you're not in seminary yet. You're in Bible college.
Yeah, it's Bible college, but I'm taking seminary courses. I'm taking theology courses.
Right, but seminary, to be clear, seminary is a graduate level degree.
It's not Christ for the Nations Institute, is it?
No. It's TBI is the name of the college.
What's that stand for?
Texas Baptist
Trinity
Institute
Bible
Seminary.
Okay.
So that's kind of like my Christian background. Grew up in a Baptist church, so I kind of have that Baptist bias, if you know what I mean.
So it's the Texas Baptist Institute and Seminary?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a new one for me. I've never seen this one. It looks like it started in a church?
Calvary started it. It started in the 1946, I believe.
Uh-huh. Is
And
it accredited?
It is accredited.
By who?
I'm not sure who our accreditation agent is, but we got accredited, I think, in 2010 or something like that.
Let me see real quick. About accreditation page. There we go. Let's see what we got going on here. They might be legit. I've never heard of them, but they could be. Texas Baptist Institute and Seminary is accredited by the Association for Biblical Higher Education Commission in Orlando. That's always troubling when they're accredited by something in Florida to grant certificates of degrees in the associate, baccalaureate, master's, and doctoral levels. Interesting, doctoral levels. Let me check out the Biblical Higher Education Commission. Typically, you want something by like ATS or something. Let's see what this says.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the different accreditation agencies are.
I know. It's okay. They're actually pretty bewildering. But let's not. I don't want to get hung up on that. Let me see real quick if you have any faculty members that are worthwhile. To be sure, if you want to get a good education, you should definitely go to a place where your class credits will transfer. It's like if you wanted to transfer to like a larger school, you definitely want to be able to go to an institution that has a respectable accreditation. So, for example, like if you went to Pensacola Christian College and then you later applied to like another Bible college, one that's like actually accredited, they probably wouldn't take most of your credits. But let me see. I don't see anything here on faculty. Okay, doctrines, faculty and staff. There we go. Okay, so
Yep,
the
that's the
president.
people.
Okay, let's see who we've got for faculty. We've got 1, 2, vice president of a VP academic, Bible language. You had a Bible language division. Okay, this might be a legit school. Okay, it looks like the school is new and it's small, but they're doing their best to be legitimate. I'll give them a thumbs up for now. Listen, do not despise the day of small beginnings. Every school had a starting point. At least they're hiring like real actual professors with real PhDs, as opposed to just like hiring people that graduated from their institution. Like if your higher education institution is full of teachers that graduated from your institution, that's a huge red flag. But most of these people didn't come from this institution, so it looks like they're trying to do things right.
Yeah, they're pretty legit. My favorite teacher is probably Dr. Proctor. He went to Baylor University.
Yeah, Baylor's a good place.
And he was also in Oxford, I think, for a couple years.
Sure. So, you were saying that you had a reason why Jesus didn't come back yet?
So the reason why Jesus hasn't come back yet is because the gospel must be preached to every nation, every tongue on the entire earth. We know this from Matthew 24:14, Mark 13:10, Acts 1:8, Revelation 14:6, and Mark 16:15. But there's around 100 groups, and I learned this at a college retreat. It was called Student Life Camp, and the guy's name, I believe, it was like Brother Landon, Pastor Landon. That was the guy that was teaching on this. There's around 100 groups left in the world that do not have a written language, a Bible in their language, or have had no outside contacts. So think of like remote tribes in like the deep Amazon and stuff like that. These people must be taught the Bible in order for God to be satisfied enough to come back, is what I believe these verses teach.
The irony of this is that when there was there was a Christian linguist who traveled. Why there's a feedback?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with your hardware, Chris, but it's got a really crazy echo. I don't know why. See if this fixes it.
Through it for a second.
Yeah, we'll see if
yeah. Test 1, 2, 3.
It's better right now.
Yeah. All right. So
audio. Let's see if that fixes it.
Yeah, it seems to be working. But anyways, there was a Christian linguist who traveled to South America to meet one of these uncontacted. Oh, it's back.
I'll mute his microphone while you're talking.
Yeah. There was a Christian linguist who traveled to South America to meet one of these uncontacted peoples. They were called the Paraha people. And the Paraha, after his experience with these individuals, Daniel Everett actually ended up losing faith altogether, because when he saw that, despite what the Bible says about every single person knowing God, these people did not only did not know God, but they didn't even have a word for God in their language. And it stifled his belief so much that he actually ended up leaving Christianity altogether.
I unmuted you, Chris.
Well, I don't know about that, and honestly, I didn't catch too much of it. My audio things messed up. But we do know that in the Bible, we need to treat God as he is the only source of truth, and that every other person on earth is a liar. If Jesus made this
how do we know that? Because the verse that says that let God be true and every man a liar was written by a man.
Well, in the Bible, when you write the scripture, you're led by the Holy Spirit. You never write of your own authority.
Did a man say
How
that?
do you know that? Yeah.
Because we know that because of Jesus and the life that he lived. And he said that he'd leave his Spirit
Jesus
with
never
us.
said that.
He said that it's good that I leave you, that the Comforter may come down to you.
Yeah, but he didn't say.
He never said anything about a text.
All doctrine is profitable for reproof and correction.
All scripture. So, 2 Timothy 2 Timothy 3:16, where it says all scripture is theopneustos. First and foremost, what is scripture? What isn't scripture? We don't know that the books of the New Testament are necessarily meet that category. At least when that text was written, the New Testament was not scripture yet. As far as we know, the author who wrote that only considered the Old Testament to be scripture. And then, furthermore, what does it mean for all scripture to be, as it might say in the King James Version, inspired by God? The Greek word theopneustos, and there's a really great book for anyone who wants to read more about this topic. John C. Poirier has a book called on the invention of the inspired text, and it goes into like the sort of linguistic meaning of what does it mean for the Bible to be theopneustos. And according to John C. Poirier, the original idea is just simply that the Bible was life-giving, but this idea that it was perfect and without error, the early Christians would not have held to this view, as far as we can tell.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Your microphone is like really low right now.
Interesting. Dalton's or mine? I think it's because he turned his speakerphone down so it wouldn't reverb back into the microphone, and now he can't hear us. Chris, you're a really nice young man, but I think your hardware situation is problematic. I'm sorry that we're going to have a trouble with this dialogue. You might want to try again some other time, but use like your computer.
That wouldn't be a problem.
All right, cheers, buddy.
All right, appreciate you.
Right out of high school, Justin, I was still evangelical, and I was going to go, instead of go to college, I was going to go to Christ for the Nations Institute, which is not accredited.
CNFI is not good.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I know. I didn't know it better at the time.
I want to say this, and I want to say it nicely because I don't want anyone to feel offended by this, but one of the reasons why I felt so strongly about going to school before I became a pastor, or at least like an actual like adult pastor, was because the church that I went to was led by a guy who his only degree was in music ministry from CNFI. And he got a job out of CNFI as a music minister, and that at one point thought that he could do it better and started his own church. And the reality is, I love him to death. He's like a family member to me. And I can never say anything bad about him. But the reality is, even as a young person, it was clear that there was a major difference between this pastor and the other ones I knew who did have legitimate Bible educations, or even like the priest. I can go talk to the priest at my Catholic school and get really good in-depth answers. And it was one of the things early on that made me know immediately I will never go into like actual adult ministry or plant a church without having like actual credentials to do it. It's kind of like trying to be a doctor with no like medical degree. It's just, I understand that you probably could be smart and learn a bunch of it, but it's just not the same.
No. You dodged a bullet. I dodged a bullet. We all dodged bullets.
Yeah. I had friends that went to CNFI and they got out and did mission work. And you know what? That's great. You know, if you go to a school like CNFI because you want to do mission work, they'll probably learn what you need to do. But like if you go to CNFI because you want to be a pastor, we got problems.
I had a friend who went to Bethel School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Oh, sorry, wrong school. But yeah.
Bethel is I think I'm happy to say that I think the mystique around Bethel is basically been broken at this point. Like people kind of know that it's BS, but man, for a while I could not understand how so many people were led astray by this church. It's crazy. Let me grab some super chats. Our guest box is empty, so we'll give him a minute to repopulate. Jack says, if Jesus comes back this month, I'll be safe. I have an iron chariot. His car. Indeed. Listen, put yeast everywhere. Every room in your house, make sure there's yeast, and make sure you've got iron. This will really make God's allergies flare up.
Yeast and foreskins. Just hang them foreskins on the door frames. He doesn't like them, and it worked.
Absolutely.
It stopped Yahweh from killing Moses. So you know.
Actually, this brings up a good question, which is, so if during the time of Moses, when they painted the doorpost with blood so that the angel of death would pass over, what would have happened if a non-Israelite house, just a house full of Egyptians that were savvy, that knew about the plot, painted their doorpost, would the angel of death passed over?
Here's my Christian hat. Boom. My answer to this would have been yes, because that demonstrates that they had faith in the God of Israel. Christian hat off.
Fair enough.
Just so everyone knows, foreskins are to Yahweh as garlic is to Dracula. So.
Fantastic. And Helping Mega says, can you please help Sarah with dual streaming? Yeah, I'm working on it actually. It's in the works, friends. I promise we're going to get her to that point soon, because a lot of people want to see her be able to dual stream. So we are going to get there. It's just it's going to take a little bit of time. BC says, but do not ignore this one fact, beloved, that the Lord one day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000. Wait, well, hold on. This is a joke now. Sorry. One soon is like 1,000 soons, and 1,000 soons are like one soon. So, fair. When Jesus says soon, he meant one soon, but one soon means 1,000 soons. Therefore, it means a very long time period. I see what you did there. That was pretty good. Sorry, I didn't catch it right at the beginning, but that's pretty good, actually. Nala, thank you for the super chat, says, he will reward each person according to what they have done. Every slave will answer for every wrongdoing against their master, right? I don't know. They are told to obey the masters, even the cruel ones. So will they be held accountable if they don't obey? I don't know. I got questions about that particular theological view. I don't know yet. I don't know. Drifter, thank you for the $10 Euro chat, says Jesus is worm food. I couldn't agree more. He's fertilizer and definitely not coming back. But Doug told me in a dream, a Basic Instinct 3 is on the horizon and bringing the stone with Michelle Pfeiffer. I feel a Trinity coming without the ice pick. Well, big W, first of all. Couldn't agree more. And listen, glad to hear there's another prophet of Doug in the house. Shale Doug. And Oriuchi says, if Jesus is coming back, please let him come back so I can turn myself, Karen, on himself, on his face for making people more divided than a bag of M&Ms. Indeed. But to be fair, he did say he came to bring division. Like, that was an admission of his. Like, he didn't try to hide that. Last one for now from our friend Phil O. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, could a being create the 50 billion galaxies, each with 200 billion stars, then rejoice in the smell of burning goat flesh? Ron Patterson, very good point. It's crazy that there's an entity that created the entire cosmos, but there's one little speck in the cosmos where they're burning goat flesh, and God's like, that's where it's at. That's what I need. Give me that burning goat flesh. Also, keep in mind, if you want to give Yahweh the pleasing aroma, but you don't want to sacrifice goats, you can get goat-scented candles from Father O'Flanagan's. You can check this out on the Damn Network. He's selling the candles. We're going to get our next guest in here from the YouTube queue. It looks like Nibis or Nidus. Nidus? We'll find out. Welcome in. Is it Nidus?
Yeah, that's Nidus.
Nidus, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe that Jesus is coming back soon?
I'm over 18 and glad to say that I don't believe he's coming back. Since you're having a slow night, I just had a couple of questions for you, and I'll take a hike.
Sure.
So, well, one thing I want to say is that for everybody that believes that they're going to return, whoever's going to return, whichever prophet you want to return, there's a lot of money to be made in the religion system. There's a lot of money to be made. They don't want him to come back. And you can see with all these evangelicals, and basically the overall institutions. There's more than like $440 million annually around the world that's being generated. So I don't think they want him to come back, first of all. But if he does, I'd like to see it. I really would. But the question that I had for you is that, what do you think is going to be the turning point? Because, you said that it's been years and years and years where they think the apocalypse is going to be coming up around the corner. And every time they just completely disregard their beliefs. And they're like, you know what, it's going to happen in the next 100 years or so. What do you think is going to be a turning point for when they think clearly enough to say, okay, we're being robbed. We need to take care of ourselves and our family members. And this thing is actually dividing us. It's not uniting us, as we like to believe.
I don't really know. I am a firm believer that within the next 50 years, we'll see a great falling away, because so much of Christian theology has hinged on this idea that now that Israel is a nation, we finally should see these prophecies getting fulfilled. So there's a lot of Christians hanging their hat on current events in Israel. And once it turns out that this is meaningless, because remember, a lot of them think that all of them is going to be fulfilled within 100 years from Israel becoming a nation again, which is, they interpret 100 years as being a generation, right? So there's a lot of Christians that are thinking, listen, Israel's a nation. We got 100 years for them to fulfill all these things, and then Jesus is coming back. When that falls through, either one of two things is going to happen. People are going to finally realize that they've been lied to, or they'll have to invent a new end times apocalyptic scenario that somehow factors in what's happening with Israel. But so all that's quite speculative. I don't know how much of that is true, but I do think we'll see at least some number of them falling away within the next 50 years once we pass over that 100-year mark.
You just know there's going to be a small,
Yeah, I've been researching it, and there's been a lot of
falling away.
ChatGPT, I guess you could say, on my end, trying to research what the origins of the religion game is. And it seems like Constantine was he played a pretty big role in creating which religion that he wanted to carry on into the future. So he had, the god of Vishnu, he had a couple other gods from the Middle East, and then he ended up on doing the resurrection of Jesus, basically. So we went with that. Do you have any thoughts on why that is, or have any knowledge on it?
About Constantine? Well, Constantine's mother was a Christian, and he theoretically converted to Christianity later in his life. And then he made Christianity a legalized religion. But Constantine didn't actually force Christianity on anybody. It wasn't until his successors, like Theodosius, where they started to mandate Christianity. So I don't know if we can really blame a whole lot on Constantine. And as far as I can tell, Constantine's goal was to unite the kingdom, because the kingdom was rather fractured and divided and was in a lot of trouble. So it seems like his goal was to unite the kingdom, not to force a religion on anyone.
Got you. Okay. So I got that wrong. Now, one other thing that was, that piqued my interest is that it seems that there was a lot of knowledge that these books contain, that the Quran and whatnot, about what could be predicted as far as prophecies go, and even the end of times, as the Christians would like to believe. Now, they're basically kind of prophesizing a lot of things that they're made, the giant buildings in the Quran and all these different things. Could it be a possibility that at some point prior to the civilizations that we know of, or that we have knowledge of, there was another civilization that was wiped out that had that knowledge, and that information got passed along, but we, the general folk, don't really, we weren't told of it, but so we got little pieces of it in prophecies?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm an atheist, right? So I don't believe that there are any deities or anybody giving prophecies. Do you believe in a particular God?
No, I don't. The only God that I guess I could say is, Doug, the Almighty One, the rock of my foundation. So I've been watching YouTubes for a little while now, and I mean, I get a little flustered with a lot of these people that come on. And thank you for your patience, by the way. I sincerely like to apologize to you, but from all these people that just come on there and just berate you for no reason. And what they really could be doing is asking you questions. So yeah, I don't believe in any kind of God. Thankfully, I'm free from those kind of shackles. But I do have family members that believe in the Islamic religion, and they always consistently tell me about, as they would say, it's called Isa or Isa. Jesus is going to come back, and all that, all that information that they have based on the Quran. It doesn't really make any sense to me. And I'm trying to kind of wean them off of it as much as I can, but they're so enamored with their ideologies is that I don't feel that I'm going to be able to get through them at all.
Well, you're probably not going to. And to be quite honest with you, Jesus said that no man is honored in his hometown, which is kind of a true statement, which is basically a person, even if they have great learning and great understanding, the reality is their family saw them pick their nose when they were 5 and they don't take them seriously, right? So as a family member, you're never going to be the person that convinces your own family that they're wrong on religion, right? Because you're just that kid that ate worms at some point. They're more likely to listen to anybody else, no matter how much education you have. And so I don't think it's ever a good idea to purposely go out and try to deconvert your family. I think when the topics come up, you should just honestly engage in the topics, bringing good, reliable evidence, and leave it at that. If your goal is to deconvert your family, I think you'll end up disappointed and they'll end up frustrated.
Right. No, I completely agree with that. And it seems as if they have such a psychological grip that even if I try to do anything, it's only going to, separate them from me from them. And it's going to do more damage than good necessarily. I think it's, as you stated before, it's better for them for you to open up dialogue as opposed to trying to convert them, so to speak.
Right.
Right. So yeah, I think, that's pretty much all I had for you. I don't want to take too much of your time. I know you probably got to get through and start cooking here soon. So hopefully people are prepared for you, man.
All right. Thanks, Nate. It's good to hear from you, bud.
All right, buddy. Take it easy.
Cheers, friend.
All right.
Justin, when he brought up Constantine, it reminded me, this is a confession. All right. One of my guilty pleasures is that I enjoy reading and watching the Dan Brown books and novels, even though they're completely unfactual in a lot of the content. But that's my guilty pleasure.
I get it. Dan Brown wrote some riveting stuff. I read some Dan Brown stuff back in the day, and I'm not really into novels all that much, but even I was like, okay, this is all right. I can see why people like it. Let me grab just a couple.
Those chapters are like a page long, so they make you feel smart for finishing them.
Yes, they're easy rewards. Yeah. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We've got a super chat from Phil. It says, Jesus walked into Motel 6 office, places his cross and 3 nails on the desk and says, "Can you put me up for the night?" Indeed. That's exactly what happened. And remember, Jesus was hung. Jamnik says, I got a new job circumcising elephants. The hourly pay sucks, but the tips are huge. Absolutely huge. And Superhuman says, the doctor from last night's stream was hilarious. Really needed a good laugh in these crazy times. Thanks for all you do. Stay rock hard. Well, thank you, Superhuman. I appreciate that. And the doctor was crazy last night. I don't know if I'd ever go to him for medical advice. Phil says, Jesus... Oh, we got a double joke. Hey, thank you, Phil. I appreciate the double joke. Acme, my friend, great to see you. Says, what's the oldest you can be to get a circumcision? I need to know the cutoff date. Fantastic. That was a good use of words.
Honest answer.
I was tempted to at first until I realized it was a joke. It got me though. Oriuchi says, if Jeebus comes back, will he bankrupt the richest church or take over their trillions for himself? I think they will crucify him for the second time. I couldn't agree more. If he comes back, he's going to be a socialist, limp-wristed lib, and they're gonna torture him and kill him again. It will not turn out well for Jesus if he comes back. Good question. Says, preach to the nations. Okay, how many nations did Jesus know? He didn't know that fig trees have a season, right? That's the crazy thing. And even in the book, like the New Testament has no idea how big the world was. In Acts chapter 2, if I remember correctly, 2, 4, and 5, it talks about the Jews who came to celebrate the festival, and it says Jews from every nation under the heaven were there.
Yeah, if you would have asked Jesus, he probably would have told you 70.
Yeah,
as per his he would have told you there's 70 nations.
Exactly. Yep. The reality is they had no idea how big the world was. They thought this was an easy task. Randy, thank you for gifting out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. All right, let me get our next guest. Maybe if they load.
Good day, how are you?
Welcome in, Soul on Fire. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Doing well, thank you for asking. Are you at least 18, and do you think that Jesus is coming back?
I'm 35, and by the Bible, it actually says Jesus will send another helper.
Yeah, but do you think Jesus is coming back?
I think there's a second Jesus or something.
Yeah, but do you think Jesus is coming back?
Not the original Jesus, no.
We're not talking about the Holy Spirit, just so you know. We're talking about the man.
Yeah, there's the man Jesus, but if you coerce the whole Bible together, you get the kingdom of heaven, where the Father is. Then you get that the Father and Jesus are in communion with each other, and that the God and the Father are in communion with each other, and
Sure.
it sort of paints a picture of a foretelling of a prophecy and stuff.
Sure. So the reality is you and I agree that Jesus isn't coming back, so we don't really have anything to debate about. But thanks for coming up, Soul.
Well, on the topic, I do.
Okay, we'll try the next one. We're going to bring in Bright. Welcome in, Bright.
Hello.
Bright, are you at least 18, and do you believe that Jesus is coming back?
Yeah, I'm 23, and yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Sure. And when's he coming back?
Can't tell you. There's no set date. That's not what. Never set a date.
Well, he actually did kind of set a date, and he said a bunch of things that would lead us to conclude that it was going to be happening imminently. So, for example, Paul even says in Philippians that the Lord is near. His coming is near. And he says...
Yeah, but that's just very vague. There's no, like, date setting.
I never said anything.
Coming back.
Never said anything about a date. What do you think near means? If I said that the coming of Dalton is near, what would that mean?
The coming of what? Sorry, you cut out there.
The coming of Dalton is near.
Who's Dalton?
He's my co-host.
I am my child.
Oh, you. Yeah. I would estimate that it would be very close.
Yes,
however,
agreed.
The thing about the second coming of Jesus is that it's not a physical understanding; it's a spiritual understanding.
Oh boy! So Matthew 25 is a lie?
No. It's saying that he is coming, but it's not this kind of like I'm coming at the next like 70 years, right? Because the Bible says that a day is like 1,000 years.
But he says that everyone's going to see it. In fact, in Matthew 24, he says, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven. So if they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven, that means it must have some sort of visible manifestation.
Wait, I think I got a little confused. I'm not necessarily talking about the second coming. I believe in the second coming. I'm just saying the time frame. That's what I was.
That's what we're saying.
About.
Yeah. So the second coming, according to the New Testament, is like imminently within the time period of the writing of the Bible. That's why Jesus says
within the lifetime of the apostles.
Right. Yeah. Jesus said on multiple occasions that this was the case. In fact, in Revelation, at the end of the book, it says, "See, I am coming soon." Why would he say I'm coming soon if I'm not coming soon?
Because it's the final judgment, but at the same time, Jesus also warns that no one knows the day or the hour. Matthew 24:36.
No one's claiming that he
the
gave
way,
us the day or the hour. We're asking, what does soon mean?
I would say that soon. Hold on, let me look up.
Soon is not a day or an hour. It's just saying it's happening in the immediate future.
Yeah. If anything, Jesus gives us like a time limit. He says it's going to happen within the lifetime of some of the people who knew him, but he never gives a specific day or hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just looked it up. The word of the Greek word used here is tachi. Is that how you say it?
No.
Which means quickly, suddenly, without delay, once it begins.
It's taku, and you're close enough,
Taku,
and it means either soon or quickly. Obviously, in this context, it means quickly because he's telling them to hold on, because I'm coming soon. Just chill for a bit. I'm coming.
Right, and of course, we know that Jesus hasn't come back. So the question is, why not? And
because he's dead.
Yeah, well, that's another topic about the resurrection, but the church. If you look at the early church writings, they understood that Jesus was coming back. I believe some of the apostles, they believed that he was coming back like within 70 AD, especially after the third, was it? No, the second temple was
Well,
destroyed. So they really took that prophecy seriously. But
Paul
what are you gonna say?
definitely believed it was coming soon. Now, the authors who wrote the Gospels, when the Gospels were written after 70 AD, believed that it would be coming pretty soon after 70 AD. Then it's not until you get to 2 Peter, which was written in the 2nd century, that you start getting to the excuses for why Jesus hasn't yet returned.
Well, the excuses in this instance is the book of Revelation, which talks about that. In order for Jesus to come back, certain things have to happen. And
Yeah, those
also
things
in the New
happened in the 1st
Testament.
century.
Yeah, everything in Revelation is about the 1st century, which is why it says in the beginning of the book, "Blessed is the one who reads the words of the prophecy, and blessed are those who hear and who keep what is written in it, for the time is near."
Well, Revelation talk. There's two ways. This is like eschatology. I can't say the word.
It's a tough word. Don't worry about
Eschatology.
Yeah. There's two ways to understand the book of Revelation. It's talking about the present. No, it's talking about the past, present, and future, right? Because in the book of Revelation, it talks about the birth of Jesus, right? That already has happened. It talks about the current things that is happening in the Roman Empire. That already has happened, but it also alludes to the future coming of Jesus Christ. It alludes to the new earth. It alludes to
I
the new
agree.
heaven. Jesus
Sure.
coming back and all this.
Sure, the second coming, the 1,000-year reign, and everything after that is a future event from the perspective of the book of Revelation. But the beast of the sea, the beast of the earth, the witnesses, these are all things which took place in the 1st century.
You think there's two? You think the two witnesses have already happened?
Well, I think I have a particular interpretation that the two witnesses are just representatives of evangelist Christians.
Yeah, but the beast in Revelation 13 is clearly Nero.
Yeah. Whose number was 666 or 616 if you go by the older manuscripts.
I think there's different interpretations of this. It's the beast is like it's both an antichrist and an like an oppressive empire.
Yeah,
that
the
is
Roman Empire.
strongly anti-God.
Yeah, Nero. The guy who persecuted the Christians, yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing: he didn't fulfill the mark of the beast. Everyone who has a mark.
I know, because this book is not true. I know.
Well, the mark of the beast 666 is just a coded reference to Nero's name. And as for
No,
the
no, it would
image that
be
you must,
it would be in your right hand and forehead. No one, there's
not
nowhere
literally,
recorded his.
no, not literally. The mark being on your arm is just and on your forehead are just symbols for one's devotion. It's in a very similar way. In the very next chapter, we have the mark of God, which is on the forehead of all of God's people. It's not a literal physical mark. I mean, think about it. If it was a literal physical mark, someone could force it upon you, and thus you'd be damned to hell, which wouldn't make very much sense. It has to be something taken voluntarily.
Right. And the whole narrative about the beast being mortally wounded and then reviving and coming to persecute the Christians, those were all things that were said of Nero. In fact, it was such a widely held belief that it shows up in the Sibylline oracles. It shows up through the Roman histories that tell about multiple imposters of the resurrected Jesus that were pretending to be the resurrected Nero. That's what I meant. The resurrected Nero. There was at least 6 known Nero imposters pretending to be the resurrected Nero because everyone believed that he was going to resurrect from the dead and come back and persecute the Jews and the Christians. And that's why it shows up in the book of Revelation in chapter 13. This is what they believed was going to happen in the near future. Of course, it didn't happen because Revelation isn't real prophecy. It's just more madness.
Prophecy ex eventu, prophecy written after the fact. Actually, I'm curious, Justin, just the harlot, do you interpret to be Rome or Jerusalem?
I don't fully know on the harlot, to be honest. I've heard multiple methods of interpretation, and I've never cared enough about Revelation to have a strong opinion on it.
It's called Babylon the Great.
Yeah, I've always understood to
abomination
be
on earth.
the destruction of Jerusalem at the hands of the Romans.
There are some Christians which I would kind of agree with. That says that it's America in modern day.
Well, that
It's
doesn't
just,
make any sense.
well, they have a way of justifying it. But that's another topic.
Yeah. So, like, what are we doing with passages, like, even in Revelation, what we're talking about, like Revelation 3:11, when Jesus says to them, I'm coming soon, hold fast to what you have so that no one takes away your crown. How else could we interpret this as thinking that Jesus is saying, hold on, I'll be there shortly?
It's so when Jesus says, I'm coming soon, hold fast to what you have, it's again, this is what I believe that the Revelation message is saying is to the future.
It
To
wasn't
the
written to
future
you.
people.
To
It
the
wasn't written
immediate
for you. It was-
future. Yeah.
Yeah, John had an audience he was writing to. It wasn't written to you.
Right. And I would say that it would kind of I don't know how to explain this. It's so hard to explain.
I get it. I know.
It would be wait, what's the verse again? Let me see, look at it.
Revelation 3:11. W dinosaur Emmett, thank you so much for the dinosaur. I love a good dinosaur. Big W. Dinosaurs was the first thing for me that confused me as a theist, because I learned about dinosaurs in the 1st grade, and I was already going to a Catholic school, and I was like, how come like the Bible or nothing like in Christianity mentions the dinosaurs? How come like we don't talk about this? Don't you think that we should see this?
Because they believe in a 6 literal day Earth, which is stupid.
Yeah, when I was 16, I was a Kinham and Kent Hovind sort of fan.
Yeah, Ken Hovind is a scammer. We're not going to talk about that. But...
We agree with you on that one.
Yeah, so the whole 6,000 years Earth, no early Christians even believe this. Because if you read Genesis 1, it doesn't make sense how you can have, like, I believe it's the waters that's born first and the earth. You might know about this. I don't remember.
Yeah, the waters were divided above and below the firmament.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we agree there. The earliest church fathers kind of had a allegorical take on the Torah because they thought it would be ridiculous to interpret it literally. And to be fair, it is ridiculous. But I think it's ridiculous either way. But what are we doing with passages as well, like 1 Corinthians 7, like 31-ish? Because Paul says to his people, he tells them, don't get married, don't have kids. And he says, for the present form of the world is passing away. Like, he's preparing his church for the imminent end of the world. Like, why would he have that opinion?
Those who mourn as though they're not mourning, and those who sin, and those who deal with the world as though they have no dealing with it. For the present form of this world is passing away.
Yeah, it's a long paragraph where he instructs people not to live as though the world is not going away, right? It says, if you're bound to a wife, do not seek to be free. Are you free from a wife? Do not seek a wife. But if you marry, you do not sin. If a virgin marries, she does not sin. Yet those who marry will experience distress in the flesh, and I will spare you that. I mean, brothers and sisters, the appointed time has grown short. From now on, let even those who have wives be as though they had none, and those who mourn as though they were not mourning, and those who rejoice as though they were not rejoicing, and those who buy as though they have no possession, and those who deal with the world as though they had no dealings with it, for the present form of this world is passing away. He's basically saying, like, just hold off on everything you're doing. You don't need to do any of that. The world's about to end.
I would have to say that the way you have to understand it is, again, that this is the understanding of it is it's a spiritual matter, because even Apostle Paul later on says, if you're overwhelmed by the desire to get married, you can get married. Or lust, if you're like lustful, then you should get married in order to not be burden yourself.
But Paul's default though is that we should not get married because the end is near. The only reason people should get married is because in case they fall into sin because of their passions. Otherwise, we shouldn't get married because what's the point? Jesus is coming back soon.
Right. That's why he said, "Are you free from a wife? Do not seek a wife. Don't look for a wife. It's not relevant to you anymore. The world's ending."
It's the reason why is because Christians were getting persecuted, and so during the Roman times, right?
But
and so at that time, he kind of presented.
But he didn't say don't do it because you're being persecuted. He says don't do it because the present form of the world is passing away. He says the time is short.
The time because the early Christians, the way they lived, they kind of lived like the time was short and that Jesus was going to come back.
I know, right?
Yeah, because that's what they thought.
Yep, they all did. They all thought Jesus was coming back imminently because Jesus said he was. Dalton alluded to earlier Matthew 16 and Matthew 24, where Jesus says he's coming back within the lifetime of his disciples. Right?
He said, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Wait, sorry. I got to go real quick. Sorry, guys. But nice conversation.
All right, cheers, buddy. Take care, man.
No problem. See you.
Well, he's a nice young man.
Yeah.
I hope he thinks about this, though.
Jesus is the edging Lord, for sure.
It really is.
When the thing that actually caused me, we were talking about the young earth stuff, the thing that caused me to deconstruct away from religion altogether was in my little Bible study group, there were a lot of people who were starting to propose flat earth theory, and I was not having it. I was trying to make the Bible fit with the spherical earth, and then one night I'm laying in my bed and I'm thinking to myself, well, I wonder what's the farthest star we can see with the naked eye. And when I found that star was 16,000 light years away, I was like, oh, I'm off at least by 10,000 years. And that's
pretty
where
crazy.
My deconstruction began. Yeah.
And the speed of light, they were able to calculate the speed of light like hundreds of years ago when all they had was the rotation or the orbit of the planets to do it with, and they came really close to calculating the speed of light. And so, like, I don't know, there's so much science against flat Earth that, like, the minute somebody brings up flat Earth, like, it's painful to know that somebody believes this nonsense. It's just hard to listen to.
I had two routes I could either go on. I could either do the cognitive dissonance thing and claim that, well, those passages are hyperbole or metaphor, or I could just be honest with myself and say the Bible does support a flat Earth, but the science doesn't align with it. So I had to go with the second choice.
That's where I'm at. I think the Bible actually is a flat Earth document. Let me grab just a couple super chats.
At least the Old Testament.
Oh, for sure. Well, even in parts of the New Testament, it's clear that the statements that they say can only be true if the earth is flat. Like Jesus is shown all the kingdoms of the earth in Mark, was it chapter 2 when he goes into the desert? All the kingdoms of the earth wouldn't be possible unless it was flat. And when it says that, we talked earlier about Acts chapter 2:5, when it says all the nations were represented at Pentecost that were under heaven. Well, that certainly couldn't be true unless...
I'm under the belief, though, that Paul probably wasn't. Paul definitely seems more Hellenistic, and he does seem to... At the time, there was it was kind of popular in Judaism that there was this idea that of a spherical earth, but it's at the very center of the universe, and there are 7 concentric spheres, each one having one layer of the heavens. And Paul seems to allude to this idea where he talks about the third heaven where paradise is located. And in most of these ancient texts, like Sefer Halot or Second Enoch, it has like third heaven's always in is always paradise.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with that. I think for the flat earth, I think there's obvious passages in the Old Testament, like Job 38, 14. That's like a go-to. And I don't know, it's just hard to get over that. Red Trek says, for $20, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, by the way. It says, is the root of the Samaritans in the remnants of Samaria after Assyrian destruction, or people Assyria resettled in Israel? So it's a little bit of both. Part of the problem was a lot of the Jewish people in the north, when the Assyrians came in and decimated them, they were carried off, and then they took other people and placed them there. So what that meant was now you've got these Hebrews, these 10 tribal Hebrew people groups that are mixed, and now they've got mixed blood. And then on top of it, there's a bunch of people living there that probably did adopt Judaism because they were living there, but they weren't originally Jews. So it's really difficult to know like who is a real Hebrew, who's not a real Hebrew. And they had different practices as well. Like they didn't believe in the prophets. The only scripture they had was the Torah. And so like there was a lot of religious divergences. And then they had in the Samaritan Pentateuch, it included a different place of worship. They believed that God led them to worship at Gerizim. And so that created, like, because there were theological differences and national differences, it created this very weird dichotomy where the people in the South were like, you're not part of us. You've got a different theology. You've got a different blood. You only want to be part of us. You only want to be part of the children of Abraham. And so that's why you get
when you read the Talmud, the way they treat the Samaritans, they sometimes will categorize them as Israelites and sometimes not. And I think we have done genetic research, some genetic studies, and seen that there is some overlap between Samaritans and Jews.
Yeah, I think so. HC, thank you for the super chat. It says, appreciate your being here, Justin. Well, HC, I appreciate you being here, my friend. And our friend Adam's with us too. Adam says, guess CFB has the ops distracted tonight, praying to Doug that them dogs can hunker down and finish off UT in overtime. Well, we'll see. I don't really follow college football too much, except for OSU, obviously, because obviously. So go Bucks, and also, fuck Michigan. Total says, if Jesus wasn't the only apocalyptic prophet in the time, why Jesus? Was he hotter? Was he better speaker than the others? Why him and not the others? Well, my theory is he was just one of many. There was some nearly as famous as him, like Dositheus, who was of the Samaritan variety, just like Jesus. And I think the reason why Jesus won out was because his people group was adopted by Constantine and his mother as being legitimized. And once it's legitimized by the highest power in the land, makes it pretty powerful. And then shortly after that, they mandated it.
To be honest, I probably think Christianity probably would have died off in the 2nd century if it hadn't been for Paul, who thoroughly Hellenized it and thus making it more accessible to a larger audience.
Such a good point. If it wasn't for Paul, it would have died a short life. It would not have lived very long at all. All right, last super chat for now. Doug Brown, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, when did the biblical chapter and verse numbering system come into use? I think it's by Langton, right? Are there chapters and verses generally standard across different versions of the Bible? Kind of, yes and no. I think the Greek Septuagint, the Hebrew Bible, and the English Bible end up with different verse numberings. Let me grab you the year,
especially in the Psalms. In the Psalms is where you see a lot of either the number verse numbers will be different, or if you're like reading from the Septuagint, you will have the chapters are shifted over because there's a division in one of the chapters.
Indeed. So Langton did his numbering in the 1200s, so it's been quite some time. And it's been adjusted here and there, but it's mostly remained the same as what Langton put forward. And to be fair, it's really useful.
Did he do just the chapter numbers and the Jews did the verse numbers? Or am I mistaken on this?
I don't know. I know for sure he did the chapters. I don't know if he actually did the verses. I'd have to dig deeper into that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'll find out. You just read the next verse. I'll find out.
Right. Okay, we've got one more guest waiting to get in. Last night. Welcome in.
Is it working?
It's working.
Wait, how do I see my face on this?
Do you want to see your face?
My face? Wait.
Do you think we need your face?
Is it working?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you.
Look, I'm the person you know.
You are a person I know. Welcome in.
Tell everybody I'm your best friend so that they'll laugh at my stuff, please.
Well, you already know that you're my second best friend.
Whatever. Guys, but look,
we've already been over this.
In real life.
All right. But, I mean, they might still tease you, depending on which apologetic you use during this debate. When is Jesus coming back?
When is what?
When is Jesus coming back?
Oh, as it turns out, obviously we don't know. It's a dumb question, but that's okay.
Well, when did Jesus say he's coming back?
Well, I think according to somebody that spoke earlier, soon was the word.
Soon is the word, yeah. What do we think soon means?
Well, you know what's interesting about the word soon? Even though you think soon means like 10 minutes from now, if we're looking at infinite time, soon could be 1,000,000 years.
Well, soon's meaningless if all time is entirely relative and infinite.
What's your point?
Well, the word would have
I think God would be smart enough to know that, like, if he's speaking to a human audience, if he knows that it won't actually be soon from their perspective, that he would use language in accordance. It would seem that if God's going to use the language of soon, it's because he's trying to relay accurately a message to people using language they would understand.
Well, that's wrong, isn't it?
No, that's true.
That's all I got. That's wrong. Okay. Listen, the Bible was meant for the future, not just for the past, bro.
Why would anyone interpret the word soon as meaning anything but soon?
All right. What does soon mean to you?
In the immediate future.
In the immediate future. That's what I just said. 1,000,000 years could be in the immediate future.
It's
if
not.
We're talking about
does God know? But does God know the difference? Like, does he know how humans would understand those words?
This isn't about God, all right? This is about Jesus, all right?
Is Jesus God?
So Jesus was just a poor communicator? Is that what it is?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say he spoke in the parables.
Not always, though, right?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
So everything he said was a parable?
He spoke plainly.
I
occasionally,
don't think
didn't
so.
he?
Yeah, I've been watching The Chosen, and that's all about parables.
Oh no, nothing. I mean, The Chosen's The Chosen has good production, but even in The Chosen, Jesus speaks plainly on occasion.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, he gives a parable, and then he'll actually explain in plain language the parable to his disciples.
Justin, I don't know who this guy is. Get him off here.
Hey, I think he knows more than I know, actually. Dalton's.
I've also watched The Chosen. Like, I'm familiar.
Oh, well then, Justin, you get off here, and we'll listen to the Bible guy.
All right, guys, I'm officially off my own show. It's just Dalton now. I'll turn my camera off for now. This is now Dalton, the Bible guy show. It's going to be Dalton and Dan.
All right, we did it. You and me,
fuck this.
Dalton.
You could say we have a double D chat tonight.
Hey, I mean, I'll just take my shirt off, yeah.
Please don't. We don't want.
Do you think that the Bible is like divinely inspired by God?
Listen, Andrea said at least this guy is kind of funny. That's me. She's talking about me.
That is. Don't read the comments, buddy.
I know, but it's really sweet of her.
It is very sweet.
I like you, Andrea. If you're single, no, I'm married. Never mind.
So,
right,
Dan, I think the question we're trying to figure out is why would Jesus say I'm coming soon if he didn't mean it?
I don't know why you're hung up on this. I mean, I feel like this is a gotcha question, and you're really good at gotcha questions.
It's certainly not.
It's soon. Oh, soon. It's one word in the whole Bible.
No, well, it happens a lot, which is part of the problem. Because, like, for example, in Revelation 3:11, it says, "I am coming soon. Hold fast to what you have."
Listen, we know Revelation shouldn't even be in the Bible, so let's not talk about that.
Okay, so you don't think Revelation should be there? I don't think so either.
Well, then I guess we're gonna have to agree on that.
I think we're agreeing to agree on that one. Okay, what about Jesus' words in Matthew 10:23 when he told his disciples, when he sent them to the villages to preach, he says, "Flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes."
Well, define Son of Man.
The Son of Man is a messianic title for what happens in Daniel chapter 7 when all the kingdoms on earth are given to the God-man in the clouds.
We know that Daniel is a book in the Bible that we're not supposed to really... I mean, it's not supposed to be in there either, right?
I mean, I wouldn't have included it.
So
we're just slowly chipping away at the Bible.
So Jesus was wrong to believe that he was the fulfillment of Daniel 7?
I wouldn't say he was wrong, but he shouldn't have mentioned it.
So he was wrong.
No, that's not how wrong and right works.
I'm pretty sure
just
it is.
Somebody says something they shouldn't have said doesn't mean it was wrong.
I'm pretty sure that's what that means.
Please give me another question.
Okay, in Matthew 16, Jesus says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." But you do believe they're all dead,
that's
right?
actually true, though. That one's actually true. Because Jesus died and rose and went to his kingdom. He's on the right or maybe left side of God right now.
That would be
going to his kingdom. He's
going
coming in his kingdom.
Yeah. Coming, not going.
Coming and going are like the same thing. If he's already in his kingdom.
They're literally opposite.
You know what? You need a dictionary, my friend.
Dan, I'm dropping the weight on your head next time we work out.
Great. See, did you hear that, guys? I know him in real life. See,
It's true. I think a lot of people actually know about this. They've seen us before. So okay. So realistically, though, you are now famous. So realistically, you understand the problem that coming and going are different things.
No, I'm just, to be honest, I mean, if he said he was going to be in his kingdom, and he was, and he's in heaven, that's his kingdom, correct?
No, he's coming with his kingdom to the earth.
Like, if you're with a woman, you definitely don't want her yelling, "I'm going, I'm going, I'm going." Like you,
Yeah,
we all
I'm not really
understand.
into women, but I get what you're saying.
But Dan, I'm telling your wife you said that.
You don't let her know anything. I'm Laniel. I'm Laniel, not Daniel. I got nothing. Oh, this person said I sound fun. You're my
Dan,
Geddon. That's really sweet of
to
you.
be fair, Dan is a lot of fun in real life.
I am fun. I'm the funnest guy ever.
It's true. Got to remember, half of what Dan says is trolling, and half of it is true. And it takes a lot of work to figure out where he's trolling and where he's being real. Having known him for a decade, I think I've figured most of it out, but I still get tripped up from time to time.
I'll be honest. I am a Christian though, for real.
That is for real. We know that part.
I'm not like a stupid Christian. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Okay, yeah. Like it's obvious that all of Genesis is just like a story. And like half of Exodus didn't happen, you know? And then you take away Daniel and then Revelations and there's a lot of books you can just get rid of.
I agree. You can get rid of a lot of it. The problem is, like, Jesus seems to think that Adam and Eve are real, right? Doesn't he?
I don't know why he would think that. It was just a parable.
Well, he says that in Matthew 19 that God created them male and female.
Dude, what is with you and Matthew? Come on, you got another book?
Well, actually, I'm going to tell you why I like Matthew as a gospel the best. Because it's got the most stuff in there that's relevant to the discussion of Jesus. It's got a lot of his parables. It's got most of his teaching, like his monologues, and it's got the most prophecies. So, like, if you're looking for the book that is like, where's the most material about Jesus that's relevant to Jesus, I think Matthew's it. Now, if you only care about like, did Jesus think he was God, then that's John territory. But if you care about like which book has the most Jesus in there, I think it's Matthew. If you want to know like which gospel has the most historical version of Jesus, that's Mark. Luke's out on his own anyways. We're not worried about Luke.
I got nothing to say to any of that. You know that.
That's okay. I know.
Talk about something I actually know about.
So Genesis.
Yeah. I know everything there is to know about Genesis.
But you don't think it's true?
It's irrelevant, isn't it?
I don't know if it is. Jesus seemed to think it was. He referenced the flood of Noah. He says that his second coming is going to be like the days of Noah.
So you don't know what parables are, huh? Okay, that's fair.
So Genesis is a parable.
Why not?
Okay, so the earth isn't 6,000 years old?
Well, I actually believe it is, but that's unrelated to other things.
Well, what evidence would we have that the earth is 6,000 years old?
You know what? I'm glad you asked that. I was listening to the radio, and there was some sort of a guy talking about how we've been carbon dating dinosaur bones incorrectly this whole time. They're not millions of They're not millions of years old. They're thousands. And because we've been carbon dating them with that idea in mind, like when they say they're like 12,000 years old, it means they're only like 4,000.
You're not supposed to carbon date them. You don't use carbon dating for dinosaur bones.
Well, somebody did.
They shouldn't.
That's why they got the wrong number.
You know what? Just listen to the radio, okay?
All right, Dad. All right. Listen, friends, we're out of guests. It's getting late. I've got to go get ready for Sarah's live stream. I think she's going to be live around 9 o'clock. We're going to be doing more debates on Leaving Faith's channel. For anyone who doesn't know her TikTok, it's at Leaving Faith. We're going to be doing more debates. I think we're going to be debating the topic of hell. So look forward to that. Dan, thank you for joining us, bud.
Yeah, I didn't do too terribly, right?
No, you're a lot of fun.
I don't believe in dinosaurs.
I know you don't. I know you don't believe in dinosaurs. I know. I love
and
you.
And that's
anyways.
true. I'm not just playing around.
I know you think
Planted
it was
by
all
Satan.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're all just cow bones. All right.
Yeah.
It's true. Okay.
Hey, Justin.
Thank you for the things.
Hey, cheers, buddy. See you tomorrow or next day after that.
Bye.
See you, buddy.
Yeah. Bye.
So Justin, I looked. So yeah, Stephen Langton, in 1205 did the chapter divisions. The Old Testament verse separation was done by Rabbi Isaac Nathan ben Colonimus in 1448, and the New Testament verses were done in 1551 by Robert Estienne.
Shit, thanks for the information. I appreciate that. You'd think that that they would do it all up front, but I get it. It's a big undertaking. You want to take it in stages. People are asking if Sarah has a YouTube channel. Yes, her YouTube channel is identical to her TikTok channel. It's still at Leaving Faith. She doesn't have dual streaming set up yet, but we're getting close to that. So when she does her Saturday night debates, we're almost at the point where she can dual stream to TikTok and YouTube, but we're still working through that. That being said, I'm going to read.
I was going to say, she has so much good content. You guys should all go check it out.
It's really true. Like I know a lot of people will think that like I'm really smart. I'm not, guys. Sarah's the big brain. Like she's so incredibly smart, but she's humble. She's got that humility, right? She doesn't know how smart she is, right? So, anyways, I love getting to cook with her on Saturday nights. I hope you will join us. It is a lot of fun. Let me grab what's left of our super chats, and then I'm gonna go. Call the stream, and we'll get ready for the next stream. Eltine says, what do you call a cheap circumcision? A ripoff. That's good. That is good. I appreciate that one. That was a sharp one. And Sarah says, thank you for your donation. Well, Sarah Gilchrist, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. And insert name here says, why does God need foreskins? He's trying to make the first 5 skin. That's what it is. We just need to stack them properly. That's what it is.
He's trying to get rid of them so he can walk about freely, obviously.
Indeed. THB, thank you for the 179 THB HC. I appreciate that. Big W. And Oren says, B in BS stands for Bethel Shale Dug. Well, I don't know much if Bethel has anything to do with it. Bethel's a horrific institution, but we agree with Shale Dug. Hammond, great to see your friend, says, in older JW doctrine, still not abolished. In the new world, after humans repopulate the world, we won't have gender and we will become genderless beings? That's weird to me. Like if you think that we become like the angels, which is kind of what the New Testament indicates, but the angels had tallywhackers that went down and knocked up women.
Yeah, they're not genderless. Yeah.
They're anything but genderless. Yeah. Jazzy says, just converted to his Dougness. Please keep doing what you're doing. Learned a lot here. Love and greetings from Germany. Well, shit. Auf Wiedersehen over in Germany. Great to hear from your friend. And Lord says, hey, Justin, are there any scholarly opinions on the serpent being God? The whole garden scenario seems like an obvious setup, so it makes sense. I'm not sure of any scholar that thinks that the serpent in the garden was God. Are you familiar?
Gnostic?
It sounds Gnostics.
I think the Gnostics had a belief, something like that. Like the serpent is the actual, like the savior figure in the Genesis story. I will say this: if you were like that kind of person who wanted to believe that Jesus said, Jesus did compare himself to a serpent in John chapter 3. Just saying, but yeah.
That is true. That is true. Also, remember, Jesus also said that, a good father, if their child asked for bread, wouldn't give them a snake. But in the Old Testament, we find that when they did ask for bread, they got snakes in the book of Numbers. Which means if Numbers is true, then God should be sending snakes. If Jesus is true, God shouldn't be sending snakes. That sounds like the type of confusion you would get if a snake said it. That's all I'm saying.
That's good. That's good.
That's all I'm saying.
I will say this, and funnily enough, in Gematria, the word Nachash has the same numerical equivalent to Mashiach.
No shit. Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
I've never. Oh my gosh! I can't believe I've never come on that talking point. That's crazy.
It's a big thing in like really, really deep Orthodox Messianic Judaism. The ones which are more Jewish, they will, because Jesus says just as the serpent was raised up, they'll say, yeah, that was alluded to in the Gematria because Nachash is equivalent to Mashiach.
I'm writing this down.
Chet, Shin, yeah.
I had so much positive feedback on my live stream that Satan was innocent. I'm 100% working this into that live stream now. That's such a good point. Satan wasn't just innocent. Motherfucker was a messiah. He was the good guy the whole time.
But both are called the Morning Star. Just saying.
Indeed. Indeed. Jack Patterson says, great chat with Dr. Tabor. Dr. Goodacre has a new book, and it's amazing as Dr. Tabor. Or it's as amazing as Dr. Tabor's. More vids with heavyweight academics, please. Josephus with Mason. So I am working on that. I'm working on getting more interviews with academics on their specialty. And I get it. There's a lot of people that watch the videos that don't like it because they want just the debate content. That's why the interviews are only on the Deconstruction Zone channel. I'm not doing it on DZ Debates. If you're only here for debates, DZ Debates channel is nothing but debates. If you like interviews and videos on informative materials and interviews with scholars, my main channel, Deconstruction Zone, is going to have that content. Look for more to come. I'm trying to get something set up with Joel Baden soon. So we're gonna be getting people on the channel that have like really well respected academic credentials in these specific fields to hear them talk. Keep in mind that when I bring on scholars, I'm not here to debate them. I'm here to listen to their opinion, whether I agree with their opinion or not, and ask questions that are relevant to the topic. Remember, you don't have to debate everybody that comes into your orbit.
Oh yeah, by the way, I just remembered this too. You can add this to your list of things. Christians think that Jesus was the angel of the Lord. In Numbers 23:23, the angel of the Lord is called Satan.
Oh, fuck, you're right. Yeah, in the Balaam story, yeah, the angel of the Lord opposes the donkey, is referred to as Hasatan. Or just Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good point. Yeah. Very good point. Hugh Jars says, I got circumcised a few weeks ago, which was great. My car needed a new fan belt. Jeez.
God.
Listen, I don't know if you're related to Ron Jeremy, but even if you were, that's an awful stretch. Adam Brown says, the Doug abides. He answered my prayers. Them dogs in hell, don't they? Sorry, that was a saying by Georgia fans. Go Dogs. Oh, the Bulldogs, right? Isn't that the Georgia's football team is the Bulldogs? I forget. I don't know. I don't know anything about the SEC, friends. I'm up here in the north, you know. Dakota, thank you for the super chat, says, what is the difference between Yahweh and Allah? Anything specific? My ignorance is telling me that they are the same thing. Thanks, Justin. Okay, so Allah, I mean, in theory, they think that Allah is the same as Yahweh. In reality, they're not. Like, so for example, if I told you I have a friend named Dalton, and I told you all about Dalton, I said he's 5'6", and he comes from the swamps of Louisiana. And then somebody comes later and says, I know a Dalton. I know the same Dalton. He's 6'6", and he actually comes from Ohio. We're like, well, fuck, those are two different Daltons. Like, I know you think it's the same Dalton, but those are two different Daltons. And that's what I think the Muslims are doing with the God of the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Bible. They think they're talking about the same guy, but they're not coherent descriptions of the same person.
Yeah, Arabic fan fiction of Yahweh, for sure.
Indeed. Adam, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm surprised more Christians don't adopt preterism. It's theologically muddled, but also an easy out. So when I was in Bible college and I first got introduced to preterism, when I first heard it, I thought, wow, we can fix a lot of problems with preterism, because I was already trying to work with the historical critical method of interpreting the Bible, and preterism seemed to feed into that. It literally only took a matter of a week or two before I came up with so many problems from the Old Testament that preterism can't answer that I was like, oh, it doesn't work. At best, you could be a partial preterist, but really, like, realistically, all Christians fall into the camp somewhere of partial preterist. Like, if you believe any prophecies were fulfilled by Jesus, you're automatically a partial preterist, right?
Sure.
So at that point, it becomes redundant. You're like, what the fuck is preterism doing for me? So anyways, there's some of that. Fry, thank you for being here, says YouTube volume at 100%. Still barely hear guests. I apologize for that. The problem is sometimes the guests come in and they're so loud, it's hard for me to know what the audience is hearing. And so, like, to be sure, like, audience feedback is critical to guest volume, because what I'm hearing in my headphone is not always what you friends out there are hearing on your end, right? So, like, if there's a guest out there and they're really quiet or they're super loud, please let me know so I can adjust them midstream. Because if you guys don't let me know, then I don't know. I can't hear what you guys are hearing, unfortunately. That's just the flaw of the system that I have. I don't have anyone to help.
I will say on my end, they all sounded just fine. So I don't know.
Right. Good question says harlot equals the church who sells its favors to kings. I mean,
see, I'm not quite for me. I just insert church for Jerusalem because the dragon is obviously Rome. The woman sits upon, and I think a lot of Jews had like that feeling that the elite in the temple were like sort of Roman sellouts, the Sadducees, for example. And of course, the beast did turn on the woman and consume her and burn her with fire in 70 AD. For me at least, it makes sense.
Right. I feel like this comment is got like a real Protestant anti-Catholic flair to it, because this was a popular interpretation by the Protestants that the beat or the whore of Babylon was the Catholic Church. And to be fair, that's still a popular interpretation today. Like, you're going to hear it a lot. My own father, who was an end times aficionado, used to teach the same thing.
Yeah. So Paul talks about there being two women, Sarah and Hagar, and Sarah is representative of the church and Hagar representative of Jerusalem. So, and we also have that sort of dichotomy in the book of Revelation where you have the bride versus the harlot, and the bride is the church. And if the same Christian anti-Semitism continues, it just makes sense that the antithesis of the bride is probably earthly Jerusalem.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I think Jerusalem is a better fit for that. Billo, thank you for the super chat, says, why did the flat earther get lost on his way to the Global Flat Earth Conference? Because his GPS was offline. Oh, indeed. I bring up the GPS argument a lot with flat earthers, and I've never heard a competent answer other than they're lying to you. There's no real satellites. Well, friend, I've seen them get launched into space. I know that real satellites exist. Holofurfy, great to see you, friend. Thank you so much for gifting out 20 DZ Debate memberships. That is huge. Big W for Holofurfy. I appreciate that. And Juan Joe, he says, why was God mad at other people worshiping other gods while he had only supposedly showed himself to the Israelites? This is such a good point. And even the later critics of Christianity and Judaism agree. If you read the writings of Celsus and the writings of Julian, they point out the same stuff. How are we held accountable for not worshiping this God when he didn't fucking appear to us? Like, why is that our problem? That seems like a problem with your God.
That's so valid.
Flux, thank you for the $10 super chat. Flux says, please give 5 to Dalton for being great and 5 to Dan for making me laugh. I will certainly do that. Dalton, is your Cash App or Venmo in your profile?
It's not. I should totally do that though, because listen, guys, my car. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, I should definitely do that for sure.
Definitely link it up.
Big wigs are doing.
Got to link it up. That way people can support your work. You're doing important work here, and we all super appreciate it. Chris says, thoughts on NWT, New World Trinity? What's NWT? What's not got to Google
New World
it.
Trade Center?
New World Translation, maybe.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's the Mormon Bible, isn't it? The New World Translation. Hold on.
No, that's the you're thinking that's the JW.
Oh
translation.
Yeah, yes, the J. I used to have one, and for some reason I was reading through it, and after only like a year or two of reading through it, the binding fell apart on it, and I ended up just throwing it away, and I don't know why it did that.
I will say this: I am kind of partial to their translation of John 1:1. Although I wouldn't translate using the phrase "a god," I would probably use just as divine. I would translate
Divine.
divine.
I'm with you
Yeah.
on that one. That makes the most sense, actually. But you can get your own New World Translation on Amazon for what appears to be $24. The same one that I got that they handed out to me when they showed up at my door.
Well, that's why the binding fell off. You get what you pay for.
I know, right? Yeah, but it was free. What are you gonna do? You know. Rob says, to be fair, even the Bible doesn't seem to be talking about the same God the whole way through. Oh, so true. There's no way El and Yahweh are the same deity. They're just not the same deity. It's
I like what Dan McClellan says. He says there is no such thing as the God of the Bible, because every author has their own divine profile.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 100%. And last one for tonight from our friend Patch Grabber. Thank you for the $10 Canadian. Says, I figured out a solution to my wafer problem. I've mailed an envelope with several different wafers to the Vatican, asking for them to be blessed. I avoided yeast-based ones, so thanks for the tip. Can't wait to see how that turns out. I keep meaning to, I haven't done it yet. I really want to buy some communion wafers and just eat them during live stream and see what happens if people like lose their mind.
Tonight has been really heavy on circumcision talks, just saying.
All right, friends, listen. Thank you so much for being here. Dalton, thank you for being here. Moderators, thank you so much for being here. We're going to be live again shortly in like 30 or 40 minutes on Sarah's channel at Leaving Faith. Follow at Leaving Faith on TikTok and on YouTube. Her channel is great. Also, we have a Bible study. Hold on. Sarah and I do a almost bi-weekly Bible study on her channel. I want to put her channel on the screen for those who don't know it. And it's a lot of fun. We're walking through the Bible. We're currently in halfway through Genesis, but her channel is at Leaving Faith. Her picture is of Ruby, the pooch. But she has great content. The Bible study is a lot of fun. And we'll be good. If you're on TikTok, we're doing a Saturday night debate every Saturday. So come and join us tonight on TikTok. We're probably going to be debating hell, and it's going to be a lot of fun. You know, people get pretty worked up over hell.
Subscribed.
Anyways, friends, we'll see you again soon. And tomorrow is Unapologetic in the morning and AXP in the evening. And then I'll be on the line tomorrow night with Forrest after dark. So tomorrow after dark is going to be a lot of fun. Anyways, thanks for being here, friends. We'll see you again very soon.
Shalom.